Because what I am saying on Abumanyamini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecile. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama Biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. I was an Nama. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families, and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Awasa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men until we redeem our honor. Until we look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, this is very good. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I'm tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies, even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy Sunday to you all from my location, to the well-meaning Biafrans under USB we are declared are only well-meaning Biafrans who want to restore Biafra as a country. I welcome you, and as I welcome you, please endeavor to welcome one another, please, through your like, your share, and through your comments. I greet you specially, Ezenwa Ife. Thank you so much for the support that you are doing in all the media, all the independent media platform. Please, brothers, Ezenwa Ife deserve a very special prayer and a very special thank you for all he's doing, supporting every independent media that are propagating the message of having a new country, the message of United State of Biafra. Please help me thank him. The latest one was the last joint broadcast we did, where we are asking Biafrans for support for us to have our own brochure in the event that is about to happen on 30th of May. And he single-handedly paid the money for all the independent media who want to put their name, their platform, and their passport in that event to be, because it's going to be something that will enter into archive in the entire life that our children will see in the future. So only him alone single-handedly paid this money for it to happen. This is how he supports every platform. As we cannot comment without supporting. So please, as you join us, please give him your prayer, wish him good, and pray for him for all he's doing for us. Thank you so much. I greet you. Omaka Merege. Chris Biafran son, thank you so much for always being here. Also, today, as we enter this week, the history is changing. Today, the first person who comments here is the same as Ife. Is the first person. Seconded by Chris Biafran son, and my own brother Ekene. One mother, thank you so much. From down there, I greet you. I also advise you not to danger your pictures and your fakes in social media, because of the world and Nigeria at large is very wicked. You must be alive. Secret matters so much first in everything we do. I see you. Obuefi is very long. Oh. It's very long. This is those who supported this platform from day one, from scratch. Obuefi was always there. When I do my morning broadcast, he was always there every morning. Obuefi, I greet you. Maka merege. So please, as you join us, endeavor, like, share, and subscribe if you never do so. And when you saw, sometimes YouTube will remove your notification. So try it and check it often and on. When you miss us in a day, if you say subscribe, if you never, just if it's not coming, remove the old one, put the new one, do it again. It's not taking any money from you. It's just a free subscribe. So please, endeavor to do that. We must continue. And remember how we do it here. We want that person who is very smart, who will copy the headline, so we can place our headline on the comment section. We want somebody who will copy the headline fully, put it on the comment section. Then from there, I will take it out from there. Our headline is UN, EU, AU, and all international body see any document submit from IPOB protest organization. IPOB protest organization and the Government-in-exile peaceful declaration. This is our headline. today. UN, EU, AU, and all international bodies, how they see any document submitted from IPOB protest organization and the government in exile with peaceful real declaration in our own case. How are they seeing such a thing? Any document being submitted by these individuals or this body called IPOB, and any document being submitted from the United States of Biafran government, how are they seeing it? Mazen Khan has said it openly that he's tired of raising our mind, telling you the truth, where to stand and where not to stand. He said, I am tired changing your mind, uplifting your mind, your mindset, cleaning your mind to tell you this is the right way to go. That is why we're here today to let you see that Mazen Khan has bring up our mind, trying to put us on a right track, on a rightful thinking of mindsets of how Biafra become a country. He never prayed that IPOB is the organization, is a country. No. But he only prayed that Biafra will become. Remember that when he mentioned on that voice note, he said, until we reaffirm who we are. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, this is our headline today on the comment section from Ezenwife. Ibo Dogu, thank you so much. It's a time for us to start reasoning the other way around. It is a time. It's also a time for us to change the narrative. Mazen Khan has taken time to sensitize our mind. So, in fact, to use clean, to use jig, to use whatever, to clean up our mind. If you really want Biafra as a country. If you really want Biafra as a country, Mazen Khan has done everything. What remains now is how we can take it up from there he stopped to the international community fully. And it is only in the USB we are declared is the only appropriate, automatic, important way to send this message direct for Biafra to become a full recognition country. There is no other way around. You are not the first that have protest that you want a country. You are not the last. People has in the 18th, 19th, 20th centuries find a way to become a new country. And what is those ways? In Africa, people have done that. Poland, name them. In Europe, it has happened in the past. Ndeba is no Igbo. No brona okpozo ama ka esi akpọ ogele gbara mkpi abụọ. Ya lekene egbe anya n'ọdụ. Ka ọ mụta ka esi akpọ ogene gbara mkpi abụọ. And in this movement, it's only in this movement that nobody changes. They remain where they are. And from there, they are making their noise. Every blessed day. Can a protest give you a country? No. Can only protest give you a country? Submitting documents in the name of protest organization, can it ever give you a country? The answer is hell no. And if you're thinking, oh, they are Government-in-exile, they are calling government, you that are doing protests in abroad and sending documents to the UN, why are you sending? Why can't you go and wait for Biafra land for Nigeria and be sending to UN now? Why are you going to the human rights offices in abroad? How many human rights offices are you going to in Nigeria? How many? How many human rights offices are you operating from Nigeria? You IPOB protest organization group that are delayed, never knew how to achieve Biafra as a country. You never knew. You only know that you have seen an avenue to make money. You have seen an avenue to all of you to build a house from the pocket of Nigeria in the name of IPOB. That is all you know. That is all you do. Every year protest. Every year protest. Every year protest. Come out on the street and you are dancing. The one, look at him, he's dancing and he's claiming that what is that setting for? Agitation and the protest never give any country in this world attention of the international community to ask them, what do you want, to bring it on the table. It never does. You know what happened in the world? The mentality of your mentality of being a Nigerian and be a black man is a disgrace to the human, in fact, to all human beings in life. IPOB is a pure disgrace. Every year, protests. Every year, protests. Every year in, year out. No, there is only one thing. After Mass Nnamdi Kanu registered IPOB in 2012, till today, only protests is what they are doing. Submitting pity document to the human rights. And you think that they will pity you with a protest group, a noise-making protest group. I am sorry for you, because it never worked in that way in the past, and in this 21st century. It's not gonna work. The only what work is a peaceful re-declaration from government in exile. The word said that government in exile is a peaceful movement that we can talk to, that we can organize when they put all their structures down and they prove effective government that controls their people. Then that is the people that we call on table to talk to listen to. Not a group of noise making, not a group that will cause violence. IPOB organization has cost us a deeply pains in our life. IPOB has cost us bad names. This organization called IPOB, registered by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that have removed them of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2021, has cost us a lot. And you are still there till today. Have you asked yourself, what is our achievement? Have you asked yourself, how did the other countries in this world achieve their own country? How did Namibia in Africa achieve it from South Africa? How did Eritrea achieve it from Ethiopia? How did Kenya become a free country? How did Algeria become a country? How did that Poland where you are becomes a country? Ask for their history and know. How did that America where you are becomes a country? And what process do they took to become a country? Or did they born and they become a country? There was a time they are struggling. There was a time they are doing protests. But there is a time for them to move into a government structure that leads them to be recognized by first country in the world, Morocco in Africa, seconded by France. And you are there today, enjoying your life on the blood of the innocent Americans that goes down in the hands of the same British, this King Charles and his men. They are seeing today, Queen Elizabeth, a very evil woman with evil heart, demonic woman who likes blood, who likes to oppress people and press them down, who are the selfish proud, is top-notch. Their selfish pride, their selfish greediness of I want to be in charge is why people are being killed in Biafra. It's why people are being killed in every part of the world today. Their selfish proud is why the genocide going on today in Nigeria. And they can never talk about it. They will never mention about it. Rather, they are happy, enjoying the money and the blood of the innocent indigenous people that are dying all over that contraction, that evil entity, that country called Nigeria means a death sentence to every indigenous person. The time has come. Let us see how the world sees you and what we are doing. And how can we reaffirm Biafra as a country? Remember the word reaffirm. And what we did was what? What we did in Finland on November 29, 2024 was declaration of the United States of Biafra. Reaffirm and the declaration goes together. It's not about how you feel. It's not about what I want. It's not about I want to be in charge. It's not about me. It's not about my group. It's not about everything. It is about how Biafra becomes a country. It is the only yardstick that you must use. This is how it goes. There is no other way around. There is look at only your name shows that you're a fool and they don't even know who you are. I don't have time for people like you. One more comment, I ban you from my page. That is how I do. That is how the world, that is how Poland becomes a country. That is how Namibia becomes a country from South Africa. That is how Algeria becomes a country in Africa. That is how Eritrea becomes a country from Ethiopia. That is how Angola becomes a country. Check down their history and see what US really declared is doing. Is how all these countries, Poland, Syria, all of them becomes a country today. They are not a country by protest. They never becomes a country by protest. They never becomes a country through agitation. They becomes a country through a government in exile with a peaceful. Poland made a declaration of their country after it was being occupied, after it was being taken over from them, like we, the Biafran people. They reaffirmed their country by a declaration. Like the people of Biafra reaffirmed Biafra by what? By a peaceful declaration of Biafra as a country. If you never pronounce it or repronounce it or declaration it, it's not a country. And the world will never, and it must be through a government in exile. Go and check down the history. Go and check down the history. If Namibia can succeed from South Africa, we can. If Eritrea can succeed from Ethiopia, we can. If Algeria can become a country, we also have to do that. These are countries through what I'm going to play out today under the research. Then you will find out how they all becomes a country. And ask yourself, are you acting towards that? What you are doing, is it how others becomes a country in the eyes of international community? Or are you doing it in your own way? And they can do it in your own way. Give us Biafra as a country. How did the others succeed? And how did the others achieve their own? Because history must repeat. Through the same lineage of a woman having pregnant of 9 months. And how can Biafra become a country? You don't know. And when you see those who know how Biafra to become a country, instead of you to support them, the only thing you can do is to continue to abuse them, is to continue to insult, is to continue to disgrace yourself, and you think that you are doing the right thing. I am sorry for you. Let us see how UN, where IPOB in diaspora, that this one diaspora is getting them crazy. Diaspora is in Biafra land. If you're IPOB member, IPOB organization in diaspora, diaspora, is it the Biafra land? That is an exile. You are in exile. Diaspora. You don't know the meaning of diaspora, where you are submitting document to the UN, EU, AU, and all the human rights offices where you're submitting document to. And all the international bodies. How are they seeing your document? With only DOS and the protest group. How are they seeing it? How are they seeing this thing that you are doing? From day in, day out, I see a join IPOB will start with protests. I have left you. You are still in protest. It's like just a child repeating one class every blessed year, writing exam in one class without passing, without transitioning into another class. That is IPOB. That is MASOB. That is BGC. That is fallback bridge. If you follow the program before the forest yesterday, I give you how the world see IPOB and how the world will see USB, Government-in-exile, and how the world will see Ogen fallback bridge and all these things that they are claiming that they are doing. Then, if you think that Biafra is for you and how you think, why are you sending letter to the UN, you IPOB, or Human Rights Offices, or ICC? Why are you sending document there for them to intervene if you don't believe in them? Then why are you sending it there? Why are you sending document to them? This is the question I'm asking you. You that are in diaspora, are you in Nigeria sending it? Are you in Biafra sending those letters? Are you not in abroad sending it? That is called exile. When it's come to having a new country, it's no longer diaspora. It becomes exile for you. Listen to this as we move.
In the context of 21st century international law and the protocols of the UN, EU, and AU, documents submitted by an organization characterized primarily by agitation and protest are treated fundamentally differently than those from a government in exile or a newly declared state. International bodies generally categorize these interactions into two distinct lanes: human rights/civil society versus sovereign/diplomatic recognition. 1. How documents from agitation organizations are viewed. When an organization like IPOB submits documents based on protests or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, international bodies typically process them as non-governmental organization, NGO, or civil society communications. UN Human Rights Council. They may accept these as petitions or reports concerning human rights violations, but they do not view them as state communications. They focus on whether the Nigerian government is violating the rights of individuals, rather than the legitimacy of the group's claim to sovereignty. Legal standing. Without a formal declaration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have the right to express grievances, but they do not have the capacity to enter into relations with other states, which is a core requirement of the Montevideo Convention. The agitation label. If the primary activity is perceived as agitation or protest, international bodies often prioritize territorial integrity, the unity of the existing country, unless there is evidence of a systematic breakdown of the state or a genocide. 2. The importance of a peaceful redeclaration. A peaceful redeclaration shifts the conversation from a domestic security issue to an international legal one. Legal clarity. A formal peaceful declaration sets a legal date and provides a specific document that international lawyers can analyze against precedents, like the Kosovo precedent. Diplomatic protocol. It allows the international community to move away from viewing the movement as a rebellion and toward viewing it as a political entity. International bodies, especially the EU, prefer peaceful declarations because they align with modern norms of self-determination without the chaos of armed conflict. 3. The role of a government in exile, GIE. In the 21st century, forming a government in exile is the mechanical step that changes how the UN and AU interact with an organization. Status. How the UN per astronomical unit views the documents. Protest/agitation only, viewed as human rights reports. No legal authority to sign treaties or issue ID documents. Government in exile, viewed as an authority in exile. If recognized, even partially, They can gain observer status or be allowed to submit official diplomatic briefs. Administrative proof. By forming a GIE, you are demonstrating the third criteria of the Montevideo Convention, government. It proves that the movement is ready to manage a population, issue identity documents, and maintain order, rather than just complaining about the existing state. AU Protocol. The African Union, AU, is particularly strict about territorial integrity. They almost never look at documents from agitation groups unless those groups can prove they have a functioning administrative alternative that won't lead to a regional war. 4. Why agitation alone often fails in the 21st century. International bodies have become more cautious since the early 2000s. They look for institutional readiness. Document validity. Documents from an agitation-only group are often filed but not acted upon. Sovereignty requirement. To move from a movement to a state in waiting, the UN requires a clear address, a hierarchy of leaders, ministers, prime minister, and a demonstrated ability to govern. Summary. Without a peaceful redeclaration and a formed government in exile, international bodies treat submissions as informational rather than legal. They will listen to the human rights complaints, but they will not recognize the group as a legal peer to the existing government. How do you think the international community's current focus on territorial integrity compares to their response to historical independence movements?
I welcome you, Shibo Zede. Thank you so much. Oluchiwa God. Happy Sunday to you. Happy Sunday. Remember that when you are on this page, there is a task to do on this page. The task is you must organize yourself as a country by what Shibo Zede and Christ, Biafran son, and Oluchiwa God. What is those things? When you want somebody to know that Biafra is a country, you must do hashtag I am a citizen of United State of what? Biafra. You must do it. Then you must do hashtag Nigeria must go out of Biafra. Don't write leave, write Nigeria must go, because we will have another bag called Nigeria must go. Hashtag Nigeria must leave Biafra land, because Biafra is a full nation. That is why they must leave. Make it clear to anyone who will read to understand the point that you are making from Nigeria must go. Why Nigeria must go? Nigeria must go because Biafra has become a nation through our peaceful redeclaration of the November the 29th, 2024. This is how it's going to become a nation. That is why Nigeria must go. As we are joining, please try and hit the like button. Hit the like button and share. The more you comment, the more YouTube is fronting the message up for people to view and hear us. Let us continue. We have 2 sections today, so we must listen to this. Listen to this. Listen. Mal Joshua, I see you. Thank you so much for coming. I see you. Thank you. I don't know what happened to Chigozie Amaji. For 2 days now, I never see him. But listen to this. Remember the headline. UN, EU, and all international bodies see any document submit from IPOB protest group, protest organization, and the Government-in-exile peaceful declaration. How are they seeing it? Listen. Because why we are doing this, because of IPOB is sending a document to the ICC, human rights. They are sending a document to UN. They are sending a document to Washington, D.C. Yes, they are sending. They are sending all these documents. As they are sending it, and those who are sending it in the name of organization of IPOB with only protest, how are they seeing you? And what do you think that they will do for you? That is why we are doing this program today. So listen. And I'm going to prove to you back again, countries that through exile government, that is the only way they have shifted their country. I see you. Uchechuku, gifts. Is this our gift? You are welcome to the program. Happy Sunday to you and happy new month to you all. So listen to this. How they see any group with only protests that are sending documents, and documents you are sending based on what? What do you want? And how they see a government in exile with a peaceful declaration or peaceful declaration.
Context of 21st century international law and the protocols of the UN, EU, and AU, documents submitted by an organization characterized primarily by agitation and protest are treated fundamentally differently than those from a government in exile or a newly declared state. International bodies generally categorize these interactions into two distinct lanes: human rights / civil society versus sovereign / diplomatic recognition. 1. How documents from agitation organizations are viewed. When an organization like Ipob submits documents based on protests or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, international bodies typically process them as non-governmental organization, NGO, or civil society communications. UN Human Rights Council. They may accept these as petitions or reports concerning human rights violations, but they do not view them as state communications. They focus on whether the Nigerian government is violating the rights of individuals, rather than the legitimacy of the group's claim to sovereignty. Legal standing. Without a formal declaration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have the right to express grievances, but they do not have the capacity to enter into relations with other states, which is a core requirement of the Montevideo Convention. The agitation label. If the primary activity is perceived as agitation or protest, international bodies often prioritize territorial integrity, the unity of the existing country, unless there is evidence of a systematic breakdown of the state or a genocide. 2. The importance of a peaceful redeclaration. A peaceful redeclaration shifts the conversation from a domestic security issue to an international legal one. Legal clarity. A formal peaceful declaration sets a legal date and provides a specific document that international lawyers can analyze against precedents, like the Kosovo precedent. Diplomatic protocol. It allows the international community to move away from viewing the movement as a rebellion and toward viewing it as a political entity. International bodies, especially the EU, prefer peaceful declarations because they align with modern norms of self-determination without the chaos of armed conflict. 3. The role of a government in exile, GIE. In the 21st century, forming a government in exile is the mechanical step that changes how the UN and AU interact with an organization. Status. How the UN per astronomical unit views the documents. Protest / agitation only, viewed as human rights reports. No legal authority to sign treaties or issue ID documents. Government in exile, viewed as an authority in exile. If recognized, even partially, they can gain observer status or be allowed to submit official diplomatic briefs. Administrative proof. By forming a GIE, you are demonstrating the third criteria of the major population, issue identity documents, and maintain order, rather than just complaining about the existing state. Particularly strict about territorial integrity. They almost never look at documents from agitation groups unless those groups can prove they have a functioning administrative alternative that won't lead to a regional war. 4. Why agitation alone often fails in the 21st century. International bodies have become more cautious since the early 2000s. They look for institutional readiness. Document validity. Documents from an agitation-only group are often filed but not acted upon. Sovereignty requirement. To move from a movement to a state in waiting, the UN requires a clear address, a hierarchy of leaders, ministers, prime minister, and a demonstrated ability to govern. Summary. Without a peaceful redeclaration and a formed government in exile, international bodies treat submissions as informational rather than legal. They will listen to the human rights complaints, but they will not recognize the group as a legal peer to the existing government. How do you think the international community's current focus on territorial integrity compares to their response to historical independence movements?
Okay, you know how we do it. We are going to be playing it and be pausing to explain it in every chapter or every paragraph. We are going to do it. Chinedu, I see you. Thank you so much. Eze Victor, I see you. Thank you so much. Musa Afube, I see you. Thank you so much for joining us. The time has come for us to change the mindset of those who remain under IPOB. And we need to upgrade ourselves to how the 21st century law favors or controls what we are doing. And then the criteria of the UN, EU, AU, all the international bodies, the criteria they set out there for you to have a new country that is your own. The criteria, that's the templates, the road you will follow. It is very simple. Nobody just traveled abroad with only your name. That's the requirement. Even today, if you want to travel from here to Germany, there are criteria that you must speak a German language. You must. If you are coming for the first time, it requires that. You also know that before you can become a president of Finland, that you must learn how to speak Swedish language. These are templates of people. The same way you have a template, how you become a country. And the world made it open. When Simon Ebanjoko said that the road to achieve Biafra is in the open, and the template is out there. And when you see, without envy, without hatred, without I am here before this woman or called Muzarabeze comes in, then you may understand it clearly. Then you will understand it, what it means to achieve Biafra. And why Anakanu said that until we redeem who we are. How? Without this peaceful real declaration, there is no other way that the world will know that what we are asking for is that Biafra that was lost in 1967 to 1970 till today, until we reaffirm it on November the 29th, 2024, that we have become in existence, and today that Biafra has entered the map of the world. I remember that an IP member confirmed it when I sent it to him. He said, yes, I see it. For how long would you want to be repeating one class? Tell me the movement of IPOB from day one. Tell me when you are in IPOB, what was your activities? It's not protest. It's what we normally do, which I am one of the coordinator. And I move away from that. So when I found out that this cannot give me a country, this is not the criteria of having a new nation or getting Biafra back from the world international community to recognize us as a country like they did for every other person. Every country in this world, there is a country that recognizes them first. There is a country that recognizes them as second. There is a third, there is a fifth on the go to where they are. America, that is today the world power today, that everybody is going to save people's life. America, 1776 was their time. Who recognized them first? Morocco from Africa was the first country ever recognized America as a country. Second person was France, recognizing them after 2 years of their declaration. France now did what? Recognized them as a country. Morocco was after a year and 6 months. And that is how other countries follow at back and recognizing them. Look at that America today. If you are an IPOB, like I was, if you want Biafra as a country, you must transition from this protest group into a government in exile. And you must issue real declaration of Biafra, because Biafra lost woefully. Biafra is not a country. Do you know that there is a how we refirm or we reclaim or we declare our father's name by giving it to our own sons and daughters? That is a surname of a family. When I myself give a birth to a child, and that child bears my father's surname, I am feminist. I have re-declared that name to continue in existence. I have re-declared that's my surname of my father to become in existence. And there is somehow how we forgot our own name while giving our sons names of the surname back. When we give your daughter your son, your father's surname, what is your own name? Some people do it like this. They will put their son, the son of the family of their father, put their own name before they will give the child the name. So the lineage will continue. I have a friend of mine. Let me give you an example. Their surname was Ekwebara, and his name was Chigozie. Do you know how he gave the child name? Chigozie Ekwebara Peter, as an example. You see, now his name has come in. Why the surname is also in. What he did when he put that Ekwebara there, it simply means to re-declare the name to not to be lost. That is what the word is asking from our hand. And through our USV we are declared, we have done that. Through our USV we are declared, we have achieved it. Through our re-declaration of Biafra, Biafra was lost as a country totally. Like when Poland lost their country in the hands of the occupier. They went to London and re-declared Poland for the second time. And today, Poland is the name of a country.
In the context of 21st century international law and the protocols of the UN, EU, and AU, documents submitted by an organization characterized primarily by agitation and protest are treated fundamentally differently than those from a government-in-exile or a newly declared state.
I hope you are listening. Now is the time to pause. I see you, Triple M. Happy Sunday. Good afternoon from here. You are welcome to the program. In the context of 21st century, international law and their protocol of the UN, EU, and the AU, document submitted by an organization characterized primarily by agitation and the protest are treating fundamental difference than those from government-in-exile or a newly declared state like Biafra, like United States of Biafra. The way the world is treating USV they are declared with our document is quite different from the way they are treating IPOB organization. As a group of protest and agitation only. As a group and as agitation group only. A group that is only using protest. When we go, then you see how they are treating any document coming from you and your IPOB organization. And you will see how they are treating government-in-exile that made the declaration of a new state, that declared a new state. What we declared was that lost country into a new state. Like when you repaint your house, it becomes a brand new. International bodies generally characterize these interactions into two distinct lines: human rights, civil society versus sovereign diplomatic recognition. UIPOB, the letter or document you send to the UN, Washington DC, ICC, all of them, how are they seeing it? They see your own as what? Human rights, civil society. They see government in exile with a peaceful re-declaration of a new country. sovereign diplomatic recognition is what USB is doing. They said that a newly declared new country, a newly declared state, they call it what state, which is a country or a nation. That is the way they treat any document coming from the office of Biafra Government-in-exile, University of Biafra government, is from, they see it as sovereign diplomatic recognition document, not just human rights, civil society, is how the world are seeing it. Ogon, I see you. Good afternoon from here. James Chigozie, see you. Good afternoon from here. We are missing our brother Ahmad Chigozie. I don't know what happened to him, but we must continue.
Bodies generally categorize these interactions into two distinct lanes: human rights / civil society versus sovereign / diplomatic recognition. 1. How documents from agitation organizations are viewed. When an organization like IPOB submits documents based on protests or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, international bodies typically process them as non-governmental organization, NGO, or civil society communications.
I hope you are listening. You IPOB, come. You claiming IPOB organization that are not IPOB under indigenous people of United States of Biafra. Come and see all the documents you are submitting from time memorial. Is it not up to 12 years? Is not up to 12 years. You have agitated for over 2 decades, which is 24 years, or 20 years, which is 2 decades. Check from the time of all of you that claim IPOB today. We started from Owazurike. Yes, we all started from where? From Owazurike to IPOB, famous Nnamdi Kanu. Check from the 1999 to 2026. How many years that you have agitated? Please, can someone help me? Comment section. From 1999 to 2026, how many years? Years, numbers of years are counting. People are dying. All this under Masob. What happened to Oji River by Peter Obi? Butchered Biafran people under the presence of Masob. Put them inside Oji River, and it's all gone. And till today, those who was arrested under Masob, they are still remaining in prison till today, under the name of protest. They are still in prison. Now, check of when Master Kanu inside IPOB in 20 years, 27 good years, 2 decades and heading to 3 decades. That this protest of Biafra started. Until today, you are doing the same protest, and the world ignored you, remove eyes from you, because you are just a civil society movement, non-NGO organization. 3PM, thank you so much. Chidozie, thank you. 27 years. You are repeating one class. You are doing one thing. What is one thing? One thing is you come outside, you protest. You go to the United Nations office, you submit document of protest, you come outside. That is all you have been doing. So can you tell me a child for 27 years who remain in primary 1 or JS1 or 100 level, are you going to be willingly paying money to that child? You that is contributing on IP organization. 27 years. Because I know I transitioned from Wazirike to Nnamdi Kanu on the protest. On the level of sensitization of the people, to increase people to know that we want Biafra as a country. If you are a father and you have a son, a daughter, who are in one class, writing the same exam, doing the same thing from 27 years, I hope you will be happy paying money. If you are IP organization contributing money, coming for protest, that is what you are doing. Nothing different. Every OB is a boy. Every OB is a boy. Every OB is on the street. Noise making for 27 years. And the man come within 2001 and told you, I'm going to give Biafra a country. Because he know the road. Because he follow all the template of the UN and all the international community, despite your sabotage. And he knows the road. And that road has led us today. That the Biafra map has been retrieved back into the world map. For over these years, you are doing your IPOB, except after 2024, November 29, has you seen Biafran map in the world map or in African map? The answer is hell no. The answer is what? Hell no. For you are 27 years of protests on the street. Only Biafran map has never been reaffaced anywhere in the world, except the one you are concocting by yourself. Look at the green dot in my back. That is where you have right now United States of Biafran map. You cannot actualize Biafra as a country with what? With protests. I want to also go very fast. So you can see how Poland declared their country with Government-in-exile. In London, Poland, today you are in Poland and you are IPOB. Shame on you. For you being IPOB. And you are in Poland. And in Poland, they declared. They run away from Poland, enter London when the tough get going. When they cannot control it. They went in London and declared it. I am coming to that. Number one, how documents from protest agitation organization are viewed in the eyes of the all international global community. You are in Ireland, you are doing protests. Don't worry, very soon. I will give you history of how Ireland becomes a country. Go, why can't you check? I am in this country I am today that are very good. How do they get here? Do they fall from heaven? Do the island where you are protesting fall from heaven? How do they go to where they are today? And you are there protesting because we have a good government and nobody will arrest you. And you call it we are in diaspora. Oh. Black man, a Nigeria brain has destroyed many of you. Please, I urge you to hit the like button so people will know that we are live and we are direct. Share it to the Facebook. Share it anywhere you can, please. We want this message to go viral. How can it go viral? Without you sharing it, it can never go viral. So I urge you to do the same. Please. Share it anywhere you can so people will join us and listen. You are in America. America fought for their independence, brutal war, and achieved their own country. What of you? What are you doing? Only protest, agitation is all you can do for 27 years. For 27 years. And the man who knows how to achieve Biafra as a country said, under 5 years, Biafra will be a country. When you have your map in the world, what else remains? And the map carries on the arrow point and it shows United States of what? Biafra. Tell me on the comment section, have you seen it? If you never see it, as I'm talking to you right now, just go to Google. Type, where can I find United States of Biafran map in African map? Just check it and come and tell us what you find out. Go and type on the Google, does United States of Biafran map exist in the map of the world? Go there. I am telling you things you can type and find an answer to yourself. They did not write IPOB organization there. No. They never write myself. They did not write Bridgie Fallback. No. They did not write, what is their names? No. They only, the map, the arrow pointing this way says United States of what? Biafra. As the name of the country. Like when you see the map of the United States of America, is how it goes. When an organization like IPOB submits documents based on protest or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, international bodies typically process them as a non-government organization, NGO, or civil society communication. That is how the world see all your documents you are submitting. And what happened? Let us go more so you can hear it clearly.
UN Human Rights Council. They may accept these as petitions or reports concerning human rights violations, but they do not view them as state communications. They focus on whether the Nigerian government is violating the rights of individuals, rather than the legitimacy of the group's claim to sovereignty.
Are you hearing it? The letter, the document you are submitting to the Human Rights Council, they may accept this as a petition or report concerning human rights violation, but they do not view them as a state communication. They never view you that you are a state, you are a country. That's what the state is, just a country. They never view IPOB with all your protests, with all your documents as what? As a country. They focus on whether the Nigerian government is violating the right of individuals. Now I know why our DPM always use that word, individuals. This is how the office of ICC, UN, EU, AU, all human rights offices where you are submitting your letter, your protest document, this is how they see you as an individual. Rather than the legitimacy of the group claiming to sovereignty, they can never see. The only country, the only people, the only what is claiming as a country today as a sovereignty is United States of Biafra, declared November 29, 2024. This is only the one proving what? Sovereignty. It is the only one proving what? Sovereignty. Legal standing. Legal standing. IPOB. What is your legal standing in the world, in the eyes of the UN, EU, AU, human rights offices, ICC, and all of them? And the worst part is that you claim you are IPOB, you are in diaspora, and you are sending documents in diaspora. Let me use that word for you. That's what we are using. If you are in Netherlands today, you are not in exile. Do you know you are left from your right? Different word to use to get Biafra as a country. Uche Raf, I see you. Thank you so much. Benjamin Amobi, I see you. Thank you so much. Please remember the hashtag, the code. Hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. Hashtag from our DPM. Please be obedient citizen. In platform you go, be obedient citizen by hashtag Nigeria must go, because United States of Biafra is a nation. That is why they must go. Because we have our nation. They are not our nation. Nigeria is not our nation. USB is our nation. Our DPM always in all the keep on telling us that we should do hashtag. Are you doing it every day? In every comment, any platform you go, it is a mandatory. That is how you prove that you are obedient citizen of USB, of your new country, and you love your country. Do that to hashtag. Hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of what? Biafra. Then hashtag, Nigeria must go, because USB is a nation.
Legal standing. Without a formal declaration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have the right to express grievances, but they do not have the capacity to enter into relations with other states, which is a core requirement of the Montevideo Convention.
Are you with me? Legal standing in all the protest documents that we are submitting in the eyes of even the one you submitted in the one you submitted in the island where you are doing your protests, IPOB organization, the one submitted from the UK, anywhere you submit it, they are international bodies. Look at what they said. Look at, like, I want to tell you, I want to give you how they are seeing you. Come, let me read that for you. Without a formal declaration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have the right to exercise grievances. The word said that you are exercising what? Grievances. You have exercised the grievances from 1999 to 2027, and you are still exercising grievances. You are exercising grievances. Seeing you marching on the streets in America, marching on the streets in Germany, marching on the streets in UK, they will not stop you. It's your right to march, to exercise grievances. The grievances you have exercising from 27 years, that means you are repeating one class. Every year you'll be a boy. When are you going to be a man? The Biafra you are protesting for, when is it going to be a country? For over 100 years. I said I was an IPOB taker. 2015. Helped to build 3 units as overall coordinator in Old Anambra, in my area. I was the first person in here that handled protests. Post it on YouTube by name Chinonso. Go and check it. It's there. I was the first in Anambra, in here that did it. So what are you telling me? I don't know. What is that you want to tell me? And I took go to repeating class. Every year, organized protests. People will come, they will shoot them, they will die. In what happened of recent 2026, people come out for protest. People die there. You are listening to useless protests, useless people's life. The name IPOB is abomination. The IPOB organization becomes abomination. The atrocity, the pains, the emotional drama of IPOB is unaccepted. That is why the name was banned. Like when America banned the name they use when they are fighting Britain. In international law, non-state actors have the right to exercise grievances. You carrying placards, shouting in Ireland, shouting all over the country in the world. What you are shouting for is you exercise, you have a right to exercise that you are not happy, that you are angry. That is what you are doing. That is how the international law see you and your protest group, IPOB. But they do not have the capacity to enter into relation with other countries. IPOB, you did not have the right. No country will come for you because you are remain an organization. But an organization can come for a country. You don't know that. But they do not have the capacity to enter into relations with the other states. A state means country or a nation. As an IPOB organization, which is the core required of the Montevideo Convention of 1933. This is how the world see you. 27 years protest. Every OB is a boy. Every OB is a boy. You are doing protests. On the legal standing, without a formal declaration or decoration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor because of there is no government in exile, there is no declaration of a new nation. Oba for Oba, let me read this out for you before I will ban you. My headline is UN at IPOB is submitting documents of protests on EU and AU and all international bodies. How are they see the documents submitting from IPOB protest organization and the government in exile with peaceful declaration. That is my headline. Number one is how they view IPOB with organization and the protest. Listen. Number one, you have a phone, a smartphone. You can ask the question, how international bodies, put it this way, how international body view or see organization with only protests, submitting documents, and how they view a government in exile with peaceful declaration. You have a phone. Instead of you to come and write and foolishly act like a Nigeria Dundee that you are. Instead of you to do that, take that time before you come here. Type what I just told you right now. Then write what you find out in the comment section. What they give you. Go to Google, you can find it there. Nothing is in the, everything is this time around, this 21st century is about digital. It's not about what I think, how I feel, and what I want it, and who I am. How documents from organization and protest view. When an organization like IPOB submits documents based on protest or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, DOS is not administrative structure in times of having Biafra as a country. In the norms of the international law, it's not. DOS is not. DOS is something between you and Nigeria government and your low mentality. Does not exist in the line of 21st century law. We are talking about what exists in the 21st century law. Starting from 2001 is when the 21st century starts working. It's going to end in 2100. You see how many years to go. That is what they call centuries. International bodies typically process them as a non-government organization, NGO, or civil society communication. UN Human Rights Council, where you send a document of your protest in exile, not in Nigeria, not in Biafra land, and you are in diaspora. They may accept this as this petition or report concerning human rights violation, but they do not view them as a state communication. They never view IPOB to communicate with you as you Biafra is a country. Then when are you going to change the narrative? They focus on whether the Nigerian government, is violating the right of individuals. Whether you are organizing an IPOB or not, they see you as an individual. That is how the international community see you. That is how the I6C, where you are writing document of violation of human rights, sees you. That is how the UN sees you. That is how all these countries in the world view, and the one in Ireland, the one in Japan, the one in Netherlands, the one in Germany, the one in America, the one in UK. This is how they view what we are doing. This is how they see you. This is how they understand it. This is how they explain. And that is why they're keeping quiet. If the protest can give you Biafra as a country for 27 years, 2 decades, we are heading to 3 decades. We are heading to what? To 3 decades. A decade is 10 years. From 1999 to 26 is 27 good years. It remains 3 years to become a 3 decade. To make it a 3 decade, you are protesting on the street. And you and your grandsons and their granddaughters have started protesting. Every OB is a boy. You are one place. You just stand like electric pole. Rather than the legitimacy of the group claiming to sovereignty, they will not see you as someone who is claiming sovereignty. They can never see you as someone who is claiming what is sovereignty. The legal standing, without a formal declaration and a functioning administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have right to exercise grievances. You are exercising a grievances for 27 years, 30 years, 3 decades, grievances. That is the meaning of the protest and agitation. You are in Ireland when they tell the truth, and today you are protesting till today. Are you not supposed to be ashamed of yourself? Are you? Are you not supposed to be ashamed of yourself? But they do not have the capacity to enter. They do not have the capacity. IPOB do not have capacity to enter into relation with other states. That is why no country has gone up and said, IPOB is a country. How? When? Without a peaceful re-declaration. Which is the co-requirement or criteria of the Montevideo Convention of 1933. This is where the law is. You don't have the right. You don't have the law, not back you up. But the law backs someone else up. Listen, I'm going to tell you that. The agitation label, if the primary actives is provide agitation or protest, international bodies often prioritize territory integrity, then the unity of the existing country. Are you hearing it? Why they are not talking to you? They are protecting Nigeria integrity as a country. Because you are an organization and a non-state actor. And what will remove your non-state actor? What will remove you, IPOB, from non-state actor is to changing from IPOB and DOS into a government in exile, which has been done. Unless there is evidence of a systematic breakdown of the state of genocide, a genocide. And today, without USB, we are declared all the genocide that has happened before has never been mentioned anywhere in the world. Now it's the time. Now is the due time for everything to carry on, for us to move on. Number 2, the importance of a peaceful re-declaration. You see that thing that happened in November 29, 2024. How the international body like the UN, EU, AU, ICC, how they view it, how they see it. How do they see a peaceful? Look at it. The importance of a peaceful re-declaration. The importance of that's happened in November 2020 that you never valued. Listen to how they see it.
The agitation label. If the primary activity is perceived as agitation or protest, international bodies often prioritize territorial integrity, the unity of the existing country, unless there is evidence of a systematic breakdown of the state or a genocide. 2. The importance of a peaceful redeclaration. A peaceful redeclaration shifts the conversation from a domestic security issue to an international legal one.
Are you hearing it? A peaceful redeclaration of the United States of Biafra shifts the conversation from a domestic security issue to an international legal one. It's no longer just a problem of one Nigeria. It's no longer how I feel. It's no longer what I think. It's no longer that you are a rebel. It's no longer that they will tag you insurgency. There's no longer that they will tag you terrorist. It's no longer that they will call you all kinds of names. It has shifted away from that. It has what? Shifted away from such level that you are hearing, or such level that the world is looking for. And we have transitioned into what? Into a government in exile. Listen, let me take it clear. Let me take it slowly, not even rush. Now, let's go.
Legal clarity. A formal peaceful declaration sets a legal date and provides a specific document that international lawyers can analyze against precedents, like the Kosovo precedent.
Now they give you an example. Have you heard the example of any country that have used protest to achieve a new country? Have you? Have you? Tell me the history of a country that have used protest and in the name of organization to become a country. Can give me one. I am giving you one right now. How Kosovo becomes a country. Legal clarity. A formal peaceful declaration sets a legal date Are you hearing? That is 29 November 2024. And provide a specific document that international lawyers can analyze against the Nigerian government. Now, example of those that this has worked for, they talk about example from Kosovo.
Diplomatic protocol. It allows the international community to move away from viewing the movement as a rebellion and toward viewing it as a political entity. International bodies, especially the EU, prefer peaceful declarations because they align with modern norms of self-determination without the chaos of armed conflict.
I hope you are listening. This is the protocol to have Biafra as a country. And who has done that? It is the cabinet members of United States of Biafra, leading by Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. Leading by who? Dr. Ngozi Orabeze has done it. Diplomatic protocol. It allows the international community to move away from viewing the movement as a rebel group. That is how they see you and IPOB. That is what Nigerian government tag you, rebel, terrorist group. Only what changes you from terrorist group is USB re-declared. This peaceful re-declaration has the move I, who believe in that re-declaration, that nobody will tag me rebel, terrorist, or any other bad name in the world. And towards view it as a political entity. They will now view USB declared as what? As a political entity. International bodies, especially the EU and UN, prefer peaceful declaration because they align with modern norms of self-determination without the choice of armed conflict. Protest leads to armed conflict. That is why many Biafrans is being paid. That is why many Biafrans are no longer alive today. The conflict. That is why many are in prison today. That is why many are suffering inside prison, and many has been buried on a shallow grave. Because of what? Protest group see as a rebellion. Terrorists. What did Nigerian government tag you? IPOB organization. Terrorist. Is their law. Because of there is no peaceful declaration. If there is, there will not. And you don't know about it. The only that removes you from all this terror, rebel, insurgency, and all these names they are calling you today is only peaceful declaration of the unity of Biafra. Like example is like when Christ come, those who he came to save their life was shouting, "Give us Barnabas, IPOB, Barnabas," the criminals. When Christ came to save the world, after Peter have been do everything, after they have announced that the Son of God, Son of Man is coming, like Obato be announcing the re-declaration of the United States of Biafra as a country. The United States of Biafra as a country was announced, like when John and all of them was shouting about, when Isaiah, when all of them was shouting about Christ coming to redeem the life of the people that was lost in the hands of the Adam and Eve because of the sin. Because of what? The sins of human beings. Christ has to come to redeem us. He reaffirmed our life and re-declared our life in existence with God. And those people that he came to save was shouting, "Kill him, kill him, kill him, give us Barnabas." Today you are shouting, "Kill Simon Eba." You are shouting, "Kill Ngozi Orabeze." And you are waiting for Barnabas. IPOB and the King Guru. That's what you are waiting for. Chibuze Eguato. But there is a law. You must show us the law. That is what Mother Rebeze is doing is against. If you don't have it, you are a black man with a black brain. For how long are you going to protest? 27 years, only protest is only the only thing you are doing. I was with you with protest on 2021. I left the protest group and joined the moving train from autopilots to Government-in-exile to the declaration of the country called United States of Biafra. This is how it works. And I find that this is how other countries move in. Let's continue. Number 3.
3. The role of a government in exile, GIE. In the 21st century, forming a government in exile is the mechanical step that changes how the UN and AU interact with an organization. Status. How the UN per astronomical...
Are you hearing it? The role of government in exile, GIE. In 21st century, forming a government in exile is the mechanical step that changes how the UN, EU, AU, and the ICC interact with an organization. It has now changes everything through a peaceful re-declaration and the forming a government in exile that was formed by only Simon Ekpa Njoko that has the COS, who is the Deputy Prime Minister, on behalf of Simon Ekpa. Our DPM, Rebeze, changes everything. And we are no longer rebellion group. And we have moved away from such level of people. And things are working well, as recognition is knocking very soon on the door of USV declared. Because of what? The peaceful declaration, a structure of government in exile, and the proven effective control, identification of Biafran people by issuing ID card and all of them.
Unit views the documents. Protest/agitation only. Viewed as human rights reports. No legal authority to sign treaties or issue ID documents.
Are you hearing it? Status of what we are doing, IPOB and the USB are declared. How the UN, EU, ICC view the document all of you are submitting. 1. Protest agitation only is what we know IPOB of. View as a human rights report. No legal authority to sign treaties or issue ID documents. IPOB organization. When are you going to do that? After 100 years.
Government in exile, viewed as an authority in exile. If recognized, even partially, they can gain observer status or be allowed to submit official diplomatic briefs.
Are you hearing it? Government in exile, viewed as an authority in exile. If recognized, even in any capacity, they can gain observer status or being allowed to submit official diplomatic brief. That is what USB declaring a new country. What do you declare a new country? We have declared our old country to become a new country. And today, the world is talking about Biafra on the table. Let's continue.
Administrative proof. By forming a GIE, you are demonstrating the third criteria of the Montevideo Convention, government. It proves that the movement is ready to manage a population, issue identity documents, and maintain order, rather than just complaining about the existing state.
Are you hearing? IPOB, stop complaining. Protest is what? You are complaining about Nigeria, not about Biafra as a country. You are complaining. You have complained for 27 years. Enough is enough. You have complained for 27 years. In the name of IPOB organization, protest, agitation only. Administrative proof. By forming a government in exile, you are demonstrating the third criteria of the Montevideo Convention of the 1933 Article 19, 20, 24, 27, 11 is the article of the Montevideo Convention that USB declared is putting at work at this stage. It proves that the movement is ready to manage a population, a government in exile, not DOS. Issue identity documents and maintaining order rather than just complaining about the existing state. What you are doing on your protest is complaining about an existing state called Nigeria, not for you to have Biafra as an existing country.
AU Protocol. The African Union, AU, is particularly strict about territorial integrity. They almost never look at documents from agitation groups unless those groups can prove they have a functioning administrative alternative that won't lead to a regional war.
I hope you had it. AU in Africa protocol. The African Union, AU, is particularly strict about treaties integrity. They almost never look at documents from agitation group. They never look at any document from protest and agitation group, IPOB, hear it and hear it clearly. All of you, including myself, BGC, Fake Fallback Bridge, all of you. I have given yesterday on my program that Ogenkere is only building a political interest of himself in the future. That is why he's having check hand everywhere. But he will come present to you as talking about Biafra. Him and Elias is using you to make money. Like IPOB using protests to use Biafrans to make money. They almost never look at documents from agitation and protest group unless those groups can prove they have functioning administrative and all interactive that once won't lead to regional war. With what IPOB is doing in Biafra land is about regional war. Today, they never arrested anybody in the name of USV declared, rather in the name that you are IPOB member, you are ESN member. Is it not true? It's not a high time to ban all this in openly on a letter, on a memo shoe out, that nobody is an IPOB organization anymore, that everybody is a citizen of United States of Biafra, indigenous. Let's continue. Number 4.
4. Why agitation alone often fails in the 21st century.
Remark this particular place. Number 4. Why agitation alone often fail in this 21st century. Why agitation can never give you Biafra as a country. Why nobody in the entire world has used agitation to become a country. Why nobody in the entire world have used Biafra, has used agitation to become a country in this world. Nobody has used agitation to become a country. In this particular, in all existing country, nobody. And why agitation and the protests alone often fail in this 21st century is not in the criteria to become a nation. It's not.
International bodies have become more cautious since the early 2000s. They look for institutional readiness.
Are you hearing it? The ICC, you send a document. The UN, you send a document. The White House, the Washington DC, the EU, the Commonwealth organizations, anywhere you send the document, even in Africa, in AU in Africa. They said what? International bodies have become more serious than earlier 2000. They look for institutional readiness. They are looking for institutional readiness. What is institutional readiness? Government in exile with a peaceful declaration and having all the structures of a government that can issue ID card, passport, while waiting for recognition.
Document validity. Documents from an agitation-only group are often filed but not acted upon.
Yes, you are filing all these documents from protest and agitation group of organization of IPOB only. And they said what? Failed but not to act upon. The world is not acting upon it. They are seeing that you are asking them to sanction Nigeria, to help Nigeria to treat you nice. That is what it's all about. Documents from agitation and the protest group only often failed because nobody should act on what we are demanding to do. Because of what? You are only using protest, agitation as organization. That is why it cannot work.
Sovereignty requirement. To move from a movement to a state in waiting, the UN requires a clear address, a hierarchy of leaders, ministers, prime minister, and a demonstrated ability to govern.
I hope you're hearing it. What the world requires at this 21st century. What the world required from us at this 21st century. Sovereignty requirement. Sovereignty requirement. To move from a movement to a state in waiting, the UN requires clear address. IPOB is not an address when it's come to in the eyes of international community. It is only addressed in you as a Nigerian mentality brain, as a black man you are, who cannot ask a question. How did the island become a country? How did the Netherlands become a country? How did Germany become a country? How America becomes a country? Or UK, where you are today. The most evil entity, the most evil country in the world. You must have a leaders like ministers and the prime minister, not DOS. Not DO. The world has criteria. The world has rules of you to become a country. Not how you feel. Not what you form by yourself. That is what Batobi adopted government in exile, prime minister. COS is what the world is using in this 21st century, not DOS. Remain where you are. As a blind man, you are. And demonstrate ability to govern. That is what our DPM and all the cabinet members of the USB we are declared is doing in this 21st century. They are proving that they can govern by issuing ID card, passport, and telling Biafrans what to do. Aloy, I see you. Thank you. Jerry, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
Summary. Without a peaceful redeclaration and a formed government in exile, international bodies treat submissions as informational rather than legal. They will listen to the human rights complaints, but they will not recognize the group as a legal peer to the existing government.
I hope you have listened to it clearly. Without a peaceful redeclaration and the formed government in exile, international bodies treat submissions and information rather than legal. They do not treat you if you don't form it. It's only when you formed without a peaceful redeclaration and a formed government in exile. International bodies treated submissions as an information rather than the legal. What is legal there? Listen. They will listen to the human rights complaint from IPOB. But they will not organize group as a legal prey to existing government. There is nothing you will do with your protest in this world that will make the international community to seize you as a country. They will never. But through a government in exile, through government in exile, you become a country, and they will listen to you. I will play it fully again. Then what will happen? Then we will go to section 2. I will play it fully. Then we now go into what? Section 2. Listen again. Remember our headline. UN, EU, and AU, and all international bodies, how they see any documents submit from IPOB protest organization and the government in exile with peaceful their declaration. Listen how they view it, not how I view it, not how you see it, not about Jan, not about Fulani, not about it's not about that. It is about how they see everything. Listen to how they see it.
In the context of 21st century international law and the protocols of the UN, EU, and AU, documents submitted by an organization characterized primarily by agitation and protest are treated fundamentally differently than those from a government in exile or a newly declared state. International bodies generally categorize these interactions into two distinct lanes: human rights / civil society versus sovereign / diplomatic recognition. 1. How documents from agitation organizations are viewed. When an organization like IPOB submits documents based on protests or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, international bodies typically process them as non-governmental organization, NGO, or civil society communications. UN Human Rights Council. They may accept these as petitions or reports concerning human rights violations, but they do not view them as state communications. They focus on whether the Nigerian government is violating the rights of individuals, rather than the legitimacy of the group's claim to sovereignty. Legal standing. Without a formal declaration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have the right to express grievances, but they do not have the capacity to enter into relations with other states, which is a core requirement of the Montevideo Convention. The agitation label. If the primary activity is perceived as agitation or protest, international bodies often prioritize territorial integrity, the unity of the existing country, unless there is evidence of a systematic breakdown of the state or a genocide. 2. The importance of a peaceful redeclaration. A peaceful redeclaration shifts the conversation from a domestic security issue to an international legal one. Legal clarity. A formal peaceful declaration sets a legal date and provides a specific document that international lawyers can analyze against precedents, like the Kosovo precedent. Diplomatic protocol. It allows the international community to move away from viewing the movement as a rebellion and toward viewing it as a political entity. International bodies, especially the EU, prefer peaceful declarations because they align with modern norms of self-determination without the chaos of armed conflict. 3. The role of a government in exile, GIE. In the 21st century, forming a government in exile is the mechanical step that changes how the UN and AU interact with an organization. Status. How the UN per astronomical unit views the documents. Protest/agitation only. Viewed as human rights reports. No legal authority to sign treaties or issue ID documents. Government in exile. Viewed as an authority in exile. If recognized, even partially, they can gain observer status or be allowed to submit official diplomatic briefs. Administrative proof. By forming a GIE, you are demonstrating the third criteria of the Montevideo Convention, government. It proves that the movement is ready to manage a population, issue identity documents, and maintain order, rather than just complaining about the existing state. AU Protocol. The African Union, AU, is particularly strict about territorial integrity. They almost never look at documents from agitation groups unless those groups can prove they have a functioning administrative alternative that won't lead to a regional war. 4. Why agitation alone often fails in the 21st century. International bodies have become more cautious since the early 2000s. They look for institutional readiness. Document validity. Documents from an agitation-only group are often filed but not acted upon. Sovereignty requirement. To move from a movement to a state in waiting, the UN requires a clear address, a hierarchy of leaders, ministers, prime minister, and a demonstrated ability to govern. Summary. Without a peaceful redeclaration and a formed government in exile, international bodies treat submissions as informational rather than legal. They will listen to the human rights complaints, but they will not recognize the group as a legal peer to the existing government. How do you think the international community's current focus on territorial integrity compares to their response to historical independence movements?
I hope you have had it due from IPOB carrying placards in all over the countries in the world. Writing any document you are submitting is good to submit. But the issue is, how are they seeing it? For 27 years, those who have submitted, why does this never work at all? And why are they not talking? You only come out to claim glory. I was in a McAnott program when every member claiming that they are the one who covered the ongoing genocide as what makes America to sanction Nigeria. Imagine such a thing. Why in that position? Your name is not even there. It's a collective effort of many people, which the Constitutional Advisor is also involved fully on it. Let us go into section 2. How many countries in exile in 20th century that use peaceful redeclaration or declaration achieve international recognition, and in this 21st century use forming government in exile and peaceful redeclaration to achieve international recognition? That is second section under my research. So let us listen to this.
The distinction between a movement that solely agitates and one that establishes a government in exile, GIE, via a peaceful redeclaration, is a significant factor in how international law has evolved from the 20th to the 21st century. Here is a breakdown of how these strategies have led to international recognition in both eras. 1. The 20th century, the rise of the exile state. In the 20th century, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity or decolonization. Governments in exile that used peaceful declarations often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representatives of a people against an illegal occupier. Poland, 1939 to 1990. After the invasion of Poland, the Polish government in exile was established in London. It was recognized by the Allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority, even while the territory was occupied. It maintained its legitimacy through a peaceful legal framework until democracy was restored in 1990. Algeria, GPRA, 1958 to 1962. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, was formed in exile. Egypt, Tunisia. By peacefully declaring its administrative structure and its intent for statehood, it gained recognition from dozens of countries, including China and many Arab states, before the war for independence even ended. Namibia, SWAPO. While they had an armed wing, the UN recognized SWAPO in 1976 as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. This was largely due to their peaceful administrative efforts and their ability to act as a state in waiting at the UN. 2. The 21st century, the Kosovo precedent and institutional readiness. In the 21st century, international bodies like the UN and EU have moved away from recognizing rebellions and toward recognizing institutional readiness. A peaceful redeclaration followed by the formation of a GIE is now seen as the standard path for remedial secession. Kosovo, 2008. This is the most famous 21st century example. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration of independence. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled in 2010 that this declaration did not violate international law. This was because they had already formed a functional government, administrative bodies, that could manage the state. The Syrian opposition, 2012. Early in the conflict, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces was recognized by over 100 countries as the legitimate representative of the Syrian people. This was achieved not through protest alone, but by forming a shadow government and drafting a legal framework for a future state. Venezuela, Juan Guaido, 2019. Though it was a disputed presidency, over 50 countries, including the US and EU members, recognized Guaido's interim government. They did this because he used a peaceful constitutional declaration and established an administrative office, rather than just leading street protests. 3. Comparison of strategy outcomes. Feature, 20th century strategy. 21st century strategy. Primary goal: overthrowing colonialism/occupiers. Proving capacity to govern. Montevideo. UN-EU view. Focused on self-determination. Focused on stability and human rights. Role of GIE, often a symbolic placeholder. Acts as a functional administrative entity. Passports, IDs, diplomacy. Result of protest only. Often led to civil war, or being ignored. Usually results in being labeled a domestic security issue. Result of GIE plus declaration. Led to seats at the UN, observer status. Leads to legal recognition under the Kosovo precedent. Key takeaway for the 21st century. The international community today is very hesitant to support agitation because they fear regional instability. However, when a group, 1, issues a peaceful redeclaration proving they aren't seeking violence, 2, forms a government in exile proving they have a prime minister, cabinet, and laws, 3, acts as an administrative state proving they can manage a population, they provide the UN and EU with the legal hooks needed to grant recognition. This process moves the struggle from the streets, protests, to the courts and embassies, diplomacy. Does this distinction between protest and administration align with how you see modern movements evolving?
I hope you are listening. Remember the first section, how the international global community sees the protest document of IPOB and how they see USV declared through government-in-exile documents. And without a peaceful declaration through a government-in-exile document, nothing will be recognized. They see you as a non-state actor that is causing noise in social media, on the streets. And they say that you must move from street protestant to government-in-exile to issue a peaceful declaration, and then you have a legal document to submit. The document of a peaceful declaration, what makes it legal? Whatever that bears signature of different people together becomes legal. Do you know that? Please like and share if you wish to do that. Hear it again before we go into our analysis.
The distinction between a movement that solely agitates and one that establishes a government in exile, GIE, via a peaceful redeclaration, is a significant factor in how international law has evolved from the 20th to the 21st century. Here is a breakdown of how these strategies have led to international recognition in both eras. 1. The 20th century, the rise of the exile state. In the 20th century, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity or decolonization. Governments in exile that used peaceful declarations often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representatives of a people against an illegal occupier. Poland, 1939 to 1990. After the invasion of Poland, the Polish government in exile was established in London. It was recognized by the Allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority, even while the territory was occupied. It maintained its legitimacy through a peaceful legal framework until democracy was restored in 1990. Algeria, GPRA, 1958 to 1962. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, was formed in exile. Egypt, Tunisia. By peacefully declaring its administrative structure and its intent for statehood, it gained recognition from dozens of countries, including China and many Arab states, before the war for independence even ended. Namibia, SWAPO. While they had an armed wing, the UN recognized SWAPO in 1976 as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. This was largely due to their peaceful administrative efforts and their ability to act as a state in waiting at the UN. 2. The 21st century, the Kosovo precedent and institutional readiness. In the 21st century, international bodies like the UN and EU have moved away from recognizing rebellions and toward recognizing institutional readiness. A peaceful redeclaration followed by the formation of a GIE is now seen as the standard path for remedial secession. Kosovo, 2008. This is the most famous 21st century example. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration of independence. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled in 2010 that this declaration did not violate international law. This was because they had already formed a functional government, administrative bodies, that could manage the state. The Syrian opposition, 2012. Early in the conflict, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces was recognized by over 100 countries as the legitimate representative of the Syrian people. This was achieved not through protest alone, but by forming a shadow government and drafting a legal framework for a future state. Venezuela, Juan Guaido 2019. Though it was a disputed presidency, over 50 countries, including the US and EU members, recognized Guaido's interim government. They did this because he used a peaceful constitutional declaration and established an administrative office, rather than just leading street protests. 3. Comparison of strategy outcomes. Feature, 20th century strategy. 21st century strategy. Primary goal, overthrowing colonialism/occupiers. Proving capacity to govern, Montevideo. UN-EU view. Focused on self-determination, focused on stability and human rights. Role of GIE, often a symbolic placeholder. Acts as a functional administrative entity. Passports, IDs, diplomacy. Result of protest only. Often led to civil war or being ignored. Usually results in being labeled a domestic security issue. Result of GIE plus declaration. Led to seats at the UN, observer status. Leads to legal recognition under the Kosovo precedent. Key takeaway for the 21st century. The international community today is very hesitant to support agitation because they fear regional instability. However, when a group, 1, issues a peaceful redeclaration proving they aren't seeking violence, 2, forms a government in exile proving they have a prime minister, cabinet and laws, 3, acts as an administrative state proving they can manage a population, they provide the UN and EU with the legal hooks needed to grant recognition. This process moves the struggle from the streets, protests, to the courts and embassies, diplomacy. Does this distinction between protest and administration align with how you see modern movements evolving?
I hope you followed and you listened to it. If you are still remain under IPOB or MASOB today, fighting against USB declared, you are fighting, you are against Christ when he was here to deliver us, to set us free. And people was shouting, give us Barnabas and kill him. IPOB, Barnabas was shouting, IPOB of Barnabas people was shouting, kill Simon Eber, sentence him to life imprisonment. Don't allow him. Never allow him to do anything. And they come against Dr. Ngozi Arabeze today. That is what we are doing. You are repeating the same thing that happened in times of Christ. USB they are declared has come to set you free from us of Nigeria, whether you like it or not. Please, 1 minute. Let me answer this call. Well, I'll be repeating the voice while listening to the call. So I'll keep you busy.
The distinction between a movement that solely agitates and one that establishes a government in exile, GIE, via a peaceful redeclaration, is a significant factor in how international law has evolved from the 20th to the 21st century. Here is a breakdown of how these strategies have led to international recognition in both eras. 1. The 20th century, the rise of the exile state. In the 20th century, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity or decolonization. Governments in exile that used peaceful declarations often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representatives of a people against an illegal occupier. Poland, 1939 to 1990. After the invasion of Poland, the Polish government in exile was established in London. It was recognized by the Allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority, even while the territory was occupied. It maintained its legitimacy through a peaceful legal framework until democracy was restored in 1990. Algeria, GPRA, 1958 to 1962. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, was formed in exile. Egypt, Tunisia, By peacefully declaring its administrative structure and its intent for statehood, it gained recognition from dozens of countries, including China and many Arab states, before the war for independence even ended. Namibia, SWAPO. While they had an armed wing, the UN recognized SWAPO in 1976 as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. This was largely due to their peaceful administrative efforts and their ability to act as a state in waiting at the UN. 2. The 21st century, the Kosovo precedent and institutional readiness. In the 21st century, international bodies like the UN and EU have moved away from recognizing rebellions and toward recognizing institutional readiness. A peaceful redeclaration followed by the formation of a GIE is now seen as the standard path for remedial secession. Kosovo, 2008. This is the most famous 21st century example. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration of independence. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled in 2010 that this declaration did not violate international law. This was because they had already formed a functional government, administrative bodies, that could manage the state. The Syrian opposition, 2012. Early in the conflict, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces was recognized by over 100 countries as the legitimate representative of the Syrian people. This was achieved not through protest alone, but by forming a shadow government and drafting a legal framework for a future state. Venezuela, Juan Guaido, 2019. Though it was a disputed presidency, over 50 countries, including the US and EU members, recognized Guaido's interim government. They did this because he used a peaceful constitutional declaration and established an administrative office, rather than just leading street protests. 3. Comparison of strategy outcomes. Feature, 20th century strategy. 21st century strategy. Primary goal, overthrowing colonialism/occupiers. Proving capacity to govern, Montevideo. UN-EU view. Focused on self-determination, focused on stability and human rights. Role of GIE, often a symbolic placeholder. Acts as a functional administrative entity. Passports, IDs, diplomacy. Result of protest only. Often led to civil war, or being ignored. Usually results in being labeled a domestic security issue. Result of GIE plus declaration. Led to seats at the UN, observer status. Leads to legal recognition under the Kosovo precedent. Key takeaway for the 21st century. The international community today is very hesitant to support agitation because they fear regional instability. However, when a group, 1, issues a peaceful redeclaration proving they aren't seeking violence, 2, forms a government in exile, proving they have a prime minister, cabinet, and laws, 3, acts as an administrative state, proving they can manage a population, they provide the UN and EU with the legal hooks needed to grant recognition. This process moves the struggle from the streets, protests, to the courts and embassies, diplomacy. Does this distinction between protest and administration align with how you see modern movements evolving?
You know, when I don't know, it's better that I say I don't know. And there is no way in life people, in fact, is it because of this name IPOB? So there is no transition. There is no changes in life. The only word we all understand perfectly is that one thing that is constant in life is what? Changing. And that change, what they call transition. In the modern day world, they call it transition. That is simple something. A child who went to school must start from primary, like nursery school, like our own. Nursery, primary, secondary, to university graduation. When did when are IPU under IPU organization? When are you going to walk away from from nursery, primary to secondary to university? Because from the time I was there to what I'm seeing today, the same thing is happening. What is that thing? Only protests. Call meeting, town hall meeting. pay for a hall for 27 years. Then when are you going to change from paying for this hall from 27 years to become a country? What do you really want is the question. Do you really want Biafra as a country? If you want Biafra as a, now that people that know how to make Biafra to become a country has come, why can't you, if you never join, because I know that I myself join, I move, I dump you with your IPOB protest structure that is moving nowhere. I believe in changes that is constant in life. You have done, we have done one thing, we are doing one thing from 1999, from Owazurike protest till today. If you did not join Owazurike protest, if you did not join Owazurike protest, you join from Mazen Nandekan. If you did not join from Mazen Nandekan, you only start from Simon Ebanjoko. And if you start from Simon Ebanjoko, and in the transition of having a new country happen, and you fall back, and you're in the BGC, you and the IPOB are the same people. There is no difference between you and the IPOB method or in the criteria of IPOB. And the world are here openly telling us how you can achieve Biafra as a country. And you have seen people that have achieved it as a country through under the leadership of Otongozo Arabeze. Through only the honor that leadership of Otongozo Arabeze, we have achieved Biafra as a country. And we have met the criteria of the UN, EU, ICJ, and Commonwealth. All these countries have met those criteria how to give Biafra as a country. Is it because of you are not there? Overtake is allowed. Out of mad 1,500 who speed for 100 or 1,000 meters race, everybody must win. Because if he did not win, are you going to condemn a person who runs faster than you? Because of you did not win, is it the reason why you are condemning someone who runs faster than you to win? If you are a footballer, or if you're a football fans, in England this time around, you have how many countries? 20 clubs that are there. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are not there, and you are in the 20 position of 18, 19, 15, and you are condemning Man City or Arsenal because of they're in the first position. Where are you happen to you when they are fighting to get there? Did they stop you? In the marathon race, people bypass people. Two of us can stand together, can stand at the same time, but I might win, or you might win me. Because of you win me, that's why I have condemned you. That's why I'm going to be jealous of you. It's because of you prepared more than me, and because of you know how to run more than me. When you watch Olympic, as an example, you see many countries, you see many athletes that are coming there. What are they doing? Yes, Rafael, we have lived them. What I'm doing is for you who under US to understand that you are the right track. And you have for you to see that fallback, BGC, IPOB, Masol is not a way to have Biafra as a country. That the only way is by peaceful re-declaration, which Poland was one of the examples we got here. That Poland re-declared. Poland run out of Poland as a country into London and form a government in exile, and they issue a peaceful re-declaration. I want you to simply understand difference between protest group, not in my own view, in the view of the international global community that IPOB are claiming that they are seeing. If you see that day that McArnold was giving a final summit of what happened in Nigeria, of genocide that is going on, you see them with the big coats. They're standing there claiming that the one in charge. That is all they do. I ask you a question. Give me one country that achieved their country through protest, only one. And I said, I will shut down this YouTube page. I will never talk again. I challenge you. It's a challenge. Tell me that country that's in abroad that did not transition into government in exile and they form a peaceful and they form a government in exile and they issue their declaration. Even Algeria, that their government in exile was in Egypt and Tunisia. Algeria in Africa here that succeeded. They have the transition from their movement to another country in Africa. They call it what? Exile government. Nigeria bread until it leaves you. That is when you will start seeing roads. And that is why you will know that USB we are declared. It's like the second Christ coming. You see, anybody today, any group today, any individual today who is against USB we are declared, they are like those people gathered in time of Christ and Barnabas. And they say, what do they say? They said, give us Barnabas, leave Barnabas, the Son of Man, Jesus Christ. That is how people are shouting. Simon, and Bridgie, and the so-called BGC. The same thing is repeating here. And the Savior that remove us from charging us treason, rebel, terrorist, insurgency, non-state actor, the only one that removes us from this, which is USB we are declared, is the one that everyone is against. The non-entities are against it. Like people against Christ, laughing at him and asking to leave Barnabas for them. Chai. Hello, Mekwa. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. As I'm playing and paused to explain it in full details, my question was, you can ask that question on the Google right now and find an answer by yourself. My question is, how many governments in exile in the 20th centuries that use peaceful declaration achieve international recognition? And in the 21st century, from 2001, how many countries use forming government in exile to achieve international recognition because of peaceful re-declaration by exile governments? It's a long question that I put in there. As you can see, it's very long, but it's for me to find a full answer to give it out to you so people to understand why USB we are declared as of this 21st century is the only alternative we have, and that is where we stand for. That is what we are doing at this time around, for you to know that it's only in USB we are declared is where you have the option of Biafra becomes a country, whether I like it or not. That is why if you look at my back on this map, that green dot is Biafran map is there. Go and find that from Google. Type, where can I find United States of Biafran map? Or can I find United States of Biafran map in the world map? After that, ask in African map. Find out by yourself. That is pure evidence. And you will see an arrow pointing hand this way. United State of what? Biafra. Is it IPOB? Is it fallback? Is it BGC? Is it Masol? Like those running a race. Some people will drop, some will win. And once you are jealous of that person who won first position, you can never be there your entire life.
The distinction between a movement that solely agitates and one that establishes a government in exile, GIE, via a peaceful redeclaration, is a significant factor in how international law has evolved from the 20th to the 21st century.
Are you hearing it? The distinction between movements that solely agitates and and the one that established government-in-exile, GIE, a peaceful redeclaration is a significant factor in how international law has evolved from 20th century to 21st century. Peaceful world. Remember first, government-in-exile issue a peaceful redeclaration. Our own case is redeclaration, like Poland. That's what our own case it is. Here is breakdown of how these strategies have led to international recognition, both in the era of 20th centuries and the era of 21st centuries. How this has helped people to have their own country in the past. One of the example, and as we proceed, you are going to hear it. Number one, let us start. Number one is from the 20th centuries that ended in 2000. The 20th centuries, the rise of the exile states to achieve international recognition by peaceful declaration or re-declaration. Like Mazi Nanekano said, reaffirmed of who we are. Let's continue. In this 21st century, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity or decolonization. That is the case of Nigeria and our own case in 1997 to 1990 to 1967 to 1970. Then in this particular our declaration is now become a case of legitimacy through continuity, that Biafra was a lost country in 1967 to 2023. Then in 2024 November, then we reaffirm and we re-declare it back, and it becomes an existing country, that that lost map has been found in the world map back again. Let's continue. Government-in-exile that use peaceful declaration often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representative of the people against an illegal occupier, which is Nigeria government that occupies our land. Like when there was occupied the country of Poland. Through their peaceful re-declaration, remember, through a government-in-exile, using peaceful declaration or re-declaration based on your own case. But our own case is re-declaration, is our own case. Through this means, the peaceful declaration often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representative of the people. And Brother Kennedy, I am here every day. There is no day I will not come out, unless only maybe in a week might be only one day based on my work. Every day I am here. So what we do is to check notification. The truth that I don't have the time, you will see that the USB Researcher TV is coming live or the Biafra. No, I don't have a specific. I come on once I have the time, you see me online, and I will spend according to the time I have. So that is the pure truth. Those who follow me, I come out live every day. You know, sometimes YouTube will knock out your notification, what you will know. That is why a while if you didn't somebody that you watch his program, you go back to the notification and You go back there, check that bell. Sometimes the YouTube automatically remove it. Or even sometimes you might make a mistake. You don't know that you have removed it. So that's why you have to revisit and check, did I subscribe? If you did not, you go back on. That is only how it works. Thank you so much. Number one, I want you to understand this number one so that this is where the case it is. The 21st century, the rise of the exile government, of the rising of the exile government, moreover, just started from 20th century, which is the 20th century ended in 2000. Then in 2001, the 21st century started, which is going to end in 2100. So if you check from when the 20th century ended in 2000, when did it start, and why is it ending, and why is it ending in 2000? That's what you will check. So now that we want to checkmate from that 20th century that ended in 2000, if any country today becomes a country because of using government in exile, and the government in exile issue a peaceful declaration or peaceful declaration of the nation, and they got recognition and they become a country today, where you IPOB member travel into. Poland was an example being given to us, but let us proceed. In the 20th centuries, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity of decolonization. Government in exile that used peaceful declaration often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representative of a people against an illegal occupy. Now, where did this illegal occupy happen in the 20th centuries? Listen.
Here is a breakdown of how these strategies have led to international recognition in both eras. 1. The 20th century, the rise of the exile state. In the 20th century, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity or decolonization. Governments in exile that used peaceful declarations often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representatives of a people against an illegal occupier. Poland, 1939 to 1990. After the invasion of Poland, the Polish government in exile was established in London. It was recognized by the Allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority, even while the territory was occupied. It maintained its legitimacy through a peaceful legal framework until democracy was restored in 1990.
I hope you're hearing it. Poland, 1933 to 1990. How many years? From 1933 to 1990. Please help me. How many of Poland? After the invasion of Poland, like Nigeria invading Biafran territory, the Polish government in exile was established in London. It was organized by allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority. Even while the territory was occupied, you declare your government in exile and Nigeria is taking over your country. Here there was a time Poland was occupied by the enemies. There was a time Poland occupied by enemy. After they have been recognized, though, the Allies has recognized Poland. And after their peaceful redeclaration through government in exile that's established in London, where you are today in UK, gossip and ranting and talking through social media. Tell me, you don't know country called Poland? Or you never hear about Poland as a country? Poland, you never hear about them as a country. This is their history. And you are today in Poland. They did not have a IPO, they did not have a group that has DOS, command and control, Who are you controlling? Who are you commanding? The world. And if you are commanding the world, then why are you sending documents to the UN now? To the ICJ? To the White House? to the UK Parliament. If you are commanding and control, why are you sending document to them? You command and control. Govt, you know, Zugare in an Ipob organization. At your age, your grandson has started going protest on the street. And the world hated, never support anything, violence. That is how they see any agitation group, any protest group. That's how they see you. In terms of this BGC, they are all the same people looking for a way to be relevant. There is no Igbo. Sorry if you're not hearing Igbo language very well. In Igbo, they said, no name nwata pakari ibi ya na nkụ, asị na ọ gara kpaa na nkụ aja ọfịa. This so-called Chibuze Egwuatu Ikenguru was shouting, Simon Iba, if you're not doing it well, I am a mad person, but stop. Because Simon has ended their criminality of using Biafrans to make money. They are losing it then. Until today, they're still losing. Because the USB are declared. So I am telling you who believe in Biafra as a country, that you want Biafra as a country to run and support USB are declared. He is the only country for you. And that is the only way Biafra will be a country. I am not begging you. But I'm just here to give you, to bear a witness to that. By looking at the history of Poland. By looking at the history of who? Poland. How they become a country. Their land was invaded. Their country. The government exists. Transitioned into London and established a government in exile. Like today, US are declared establishing a government in exile. And they did not just establish, they did what? A peaceful readmission of Poland back again. Second time, Poland was declared as a country. Like US are declaring United States of Biafra in November 29, 2024. As the Christ, Ipob, Barnabas, the criminals, who never know road to have a freedom, who never wrote that what Mazdan cannot pray for is Biafra as a country. The Mazdan can, what did you die for? Biafra as a country, not a people organization. He also died for Biafra to become a country. What of Waka Waka? What of Mocho Yakoguya? What of Double Lion? Name of this man who has gone down, and many are going down today for Biafra to become a country, not for be organization. And today, Biafra is a country, whether I like it or not. They said there is word I want you to take from this particular Poland history, which is after the program. Go to our WhatsApp forum. I will post it there. So that's how I do. I will post all this program I'm doing today so you can read by yourself. Every country have history, how they become a country. Ndị be anyị wee si n'okwu Igbo na ọ bụrụ nwata ụzọ si ite na-ebi ụzọ wee mkpọmkpọ ite. Ndị be anyị wee kwuo si na-ejeka m ije ka onye isi awụ ihe wee mara. Ipob organization, not ejeka m ije ka onye isi awụ ihe is USB are declared traveling all over the country to submit USB declared documents. Is ejeka m ije ka onye isi awụ ihe wee mara. Ejeka m ije ka onye isi awụ ihe wee mara. Ipob bụ ndị isi awọ. No nothing. USB are declared. Ejeka m ije ọka onye isi awụ ihe wee mara. That is where we are in this 21st century law, maintaining the criteria, the protocol, all existing. Not what good advisor think, not what command member think, not four cardinal points, not command and control. Command and control to steal Biafran people's money. Your command and control is, yes, you are right, to sheriff, is to steal Biafran people's money. That is when you are commanding and control. Ipob. Every day will be a boy. 27 years. Because it started from Owazurike. You can't take him out of it. It started from Owazurike protests, Oji River, Mbo massacre. Name them. People are dying in the name of IPOB. Till today, if Nigerian government arrests anybody, they will tag you IPOB, tag you ESN. They never tag anybody Biafra Liberation Army. They never tag anybody you are from the Institute of Biafra. All this camouflage is what where the Nigeria have right under Nigeria law to deal with you as an IPOB. But let them mention USB they are declared. It's these sanctions. And through a peaceful declaration, you have removed yourself from being charging rebel, treason, terrorist, felony, and all this on incitement. That is inciting the people. A peaceful declaration killed and buried all this name calling, and you become a free human being. And you reject. When Christ came, you rejected Christ. Today you are calling the name of God, the name of Son and Holy Spirit. And which many of you in your mindset, if IPOB was here, when Christ was here, they will stone Christ to death and reject Christ. And the people of Sadducees and Pharisees that shouting, Oboya, Oboya, a savior of life. USB is your savior, whether you like it or not. Come, USB bo okrikri kana bukwe sadi arielu. USB bo nkiri kana ekiri ododo adi eji ododo eliozu. Maboni boni. Poland 1939. Please count for me. From 1939 to 1990, how many years of Poland? After the invention of Poland, the Polish government in exile was established in London. It was organized by the Allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority. Even while the territory was occupied, even though that the territory of Poland was occupied. So USB declared was not the first country, was not the first exile government that made a declaration that their territory was occupied. It happened in Poland. Even while the territory was occupied, it maintained its legitimacy through a peaceful legal framework until democracy was restored in 1990. Until democracy was restored when? In 1990.
Algeria, GPRA, 1958 to 1962. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, was formed in exile, Egypt, Tunisia. By peacefully declaring its administrative structure and its intent for statehood, it gained recognition from dozens of countries, including China and many Arab states, before the war for independence even ended.
Are you hearing it? Now back to Africa. We are going to Poland. Now back to Africa. Algeria have an organization called GPRA. In 1958 to 1962, that formed what? The Provisional Government of Algeria Republic. Are you hearing it? GPRA was formed in exile. They leave Algeria territory. They are Egypt and Tunisia in Africa. They call it what? Exile. By peaceful declaring its administrative structure and its internal for interest for statehood to become a country of their own, Algeria, from the hands of France. It gained recognition because of what? Peaceful declaration or peaceful declaring from dozens of countries, including China and the many Arab states, before the war of independence even ended, before their war ended, they have great recognition, and their territory was occupied by France, like Nigeria occupying Biafra today, and in due time, they all exist. They all what? Vanished. Poland was redeclared. They leave Poland territory when it was occupied and the transition to London, form a government in exile. Algeria was traveled into Egypt and Tunisia, and they formed a peaceful government in exile to a peaceful declaration of Namibia, or sorry, of Algeria as a country. In 1958, from 1958 to 1962, Poland from 1939 to 1990. Poland from 1939 to 1990, they are in exile, even though that they have been recognized. They remain in exile until 1990, that the democracy was restored fully and they took over their territory.
Libya, SWAPO. While they had an armed wing, the UN recognized SWAPO in 1976 as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. This was largely due to their peaceful administrative efforts and their ability to act as a state in waiting at the UN.
Yeah, Poland, thank you. Living to Opera, I greet you in a special way. You're welcome. Poland stayed in exile for 51 good years. And inside these 51 good years, their allies have recognized them. What happened? Their allies helped them to chase away those that occupy their territory. That is why it is important that an ally to recognize you. Your allies don't recognize you. It doesn't mean that you will just go, you wait for everything to plan very well with your allies, how to back you up to chase away those who occupy your territory. You had it. Poland was occupied by 51 good years. Ipob organization. They have recommended in exile. Who are you? Reason like who want me? Like a Nigeria brain, you are Dundee. News you got social media. I see you. Thank you so much. Okay, Chukwu, thank you so much. Now, Namibia. Why they had the hands and arm wing? Namibia has arm wing. When there was fighting, what happened? Immediately they dropped the arm wing. They dropped the arm wing a year and 6 months before their declaration of Namibia as a country. The same true government in exile. The same what? The same true government in exile. They issue a peaceful declaration. They now stop arm wing. That is why you recognize them. 1976. Now, remember, Namibia was recognized in 1976. As you recognize them, did they back down? The answer is no. They also waited until 1990. So calculate from the 1976 recognition to waited to 1990 before they can be able to come down and take over the territory in Namibia from the hands of South Africa. How many years? The same government in exile. NDBC, you are welcome. Today, you are shouting Obongo Sarabeze. Hey, we are rounding her up. Please show us the law that round her up, because there is a Gen Z law that protects her. A Montevideo Convention, the law protects her. Vienna Convention, don't go there. UN Charter, don't go there. And what else? Is it your law of Nigeria you will use to arrest her in America, where the office of the UN and all these Washington DCs are and the White House? Go now. Ebe ngozi ora beze no kono no we tia kana tipa bu abaja. I don't have to go see and keep. Unu go by force. That is why he told that you must bow. When a woman leads a government in exile, it never fails. If a man could get a recognition through government in exile in 10 years, a woman will get it in 3 years or 4 years. That is why I know that the time for Biafra to get recognition and me to go home is here through our DPM. Like our DPM is another savior among all these things that you're seeing today. Our DPM is supposed to be singing goes out as another savior, like Christ. When Christ came to save us, people like Ipob who love criminals was shouting, "Leave Barnabas and kill Jesus Christ." handle like Ngozi Rabes has come and Simon never has come, Mazen and the Kano, and all of you are there messing yourself up. Let us go into the history of 21st century. Yes, very soon, my brother. As we are stepping into this particular, our Remembrance Day of 30th of May, a lot is about to happen. There is secret things that will be reviewed. Just watch across. It will start from, I will come back. Our program tomorrow will be how many countries that has government in exile, that an organization or NGO was first organized them, pushed to countries to come to recognize them. I have it here. We are going to see it tomorrow. So as an organization who is already recognized USB is there, you will see how that thing helped to achieve more and more of things. Believe you me. Let us go into the 21st century. Let us see those that have achieved their country through a peaceful declaration in this 21st century. Remember, Namibia, Algeria, Poland was in the 20th century. Now, 21st century, in our own case, listen.
2. The 21st century, the Kosovo precedent and institutional readiness. In the 21st century, international bodies like the UN and EU have moved away from recognizing rebellions and toward recognizing institutional readiness. A peaceful redeclaration followed by the formation of a GIE is now seen as the standard path for remedial secession.
I hope you hear it clearly. 21st century, Kosovo as an example, institutional readiness. Institutional readiness. GOS is not an institutional readiness. Command and control for you, not for the world. In the 21st century, international bodies like the UN and EU have moved away from recognizing protest rebel organization and towards institutional readiness. Institutional readiness. Now, what is the institutional readiness? How? Listen. A peaceful declaration following by the functioning of government in exile is now seen as the standard part of remedial secession that gives the world power to talk about us as people of Biafra as a country. Now, example.
Kosovo, 2008. This is the most famous 21st century example. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration of independence. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled in 2010 that this declaration did not violate international law. This was because they had already formed a functional government, administrative bodies, that could manage the state.
Are you listening? What is USB is doing? This is where we are. And instead of you to join the moving train, you are one place from 27 years. You will stand one place for 27 years, shouting and ranting in the name of IPOB, which I could have lost my life on the protest in Ekusigo after the first release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. My friend beside my left hand was fall. He's no longer alive. And you are telling me to continue protest. That is your command and control. You command me to go and protest, and you are in abroad. And in Paul, we're waiting, we thought that aspect of what was coming with his men to save us. Men goes down. We are alive today by the grace of Abiyama. That is what happened. Oh, massacre. Chai. Even at Ehiala, in Odata, where people gathered, the government invade and kill people there in Anambra. What are you telling us? What are you telling me? Something I know. I could have lost my life. We under the name of protest. And the protest I have from was wicked to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu protest. repeating class, and the others transitioned. Look at Kosovo. Kosovo did what? Now, the example of 21st century, 2008. Remember that 21st century started from 2001. Then 2008, this is the most famous 21st century example. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration. Their own is the first time they declare it. And often an independence of, let me calm down. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration of independence. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, where IPOB is sending human rights abuse, doc protests. They said what? Ruling in 2010, they ruled in 2010 that this declaration did not violate international law. Why protest is violating international law through conflict of protest and the killings that happened towards it and the arrest? This was because they have already formed a functional government-in-exile administrative bodies that could manage the state of Kosovo to that country. Kosovo is playing what's called qualification. Going to about football, you see Kosovo. They are there. They are a country. They have their police. They have everything. Only what they're looking for now, to be a member of the UN. That is all they're looking for. Nothing more than that. Through what? Through peaceful declaration. I have given you Kosovo 2008 on their peaceful declaration, and in 2010 ICJ, the International Criminal Court, to rule that what they did was the right, that it never violates any right of international law.
Syrian opposition, 2012. Early in the conflict, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces was recognized by over 100 countries as the legitimate representative of the Syrian people. This was achieved not through protest alone, but by forming a shadow government and drafting a legal framework for a future state. Venezuela, Juan Guaido.
Let's hold it for what? For Syria. 2012 of yesterday. 2012 of yesterday. From 2012 to 2026, how many years? It happens. A history. The Syria case 2012, earlier in their conflict, the National Coalition for Syria Revolution and the options focus were recognized by over 100 countries as the legitimate representative of the Syria people. This was achieved not through protests alone. This was Syria achieved their own, not through protests alone. The only thing IPOB does is what? What do they do? But by forming a shadow government and drafting a legal framework for the future state, like a USB are declared, we have our constitution, we have the charter, we have everything that's not of a country. That is what people of Syria did through their declaration for the second time in 2012. Now, Venezuela, I'm giving you three of each. Come and give me only one that through protest, they become a country.
Guaido 2019. Though it was a disputed presidency, over 50 countries, including the US and EU members, recognized Guaido's interim government. They did this because he used a peaceful constitutional declaration and established an administrative office, rather than just leading street protests.
Venezuela did not lead a peace protest, a street protest. But they did what? They used constitution declaration, peaceful constitutional declaration, which is what USB declared did. Because before our peaceful declaration, the law of the USB has already been out. Is it not what happened? Look at history repeating. Venezuela case. They did this because he used a peaceful constitutional declaration. IPOB, no declaration, no country. IPOB, every country made a declaration. Those that was declared and lost, like Poland, make a real declaration in England. Sorry, in London. That is how it happens of people of who? Venezuela. Let's continue. They did not, they said what? And established an administrative office, like USB were declared. Rather than just leading street protests. Only leading street protests is all you do for 27 years. And you are still talking. Shame. You are ignorant. It's not an excuse in the eyes of the international global community and the country where you reside and doing this protest. They will look at you. Do you know what we suffer before we become a country? Every day you are here protesting, making us on the streets. In a 1 million march. 1 million march has never given anybody the country recognition. No. If you like, march to 2 million march, it's going nowhere until you issue a peaceful declaration or real declaration of reaffirming of who you are. Let's continue.
3. Comparison of strategy outcomes. Feature 20th century strategy. 21st century strategy. Primary goal, overthrowing colonialism/occupiers. Proving capacity to govern, Montevideo. UN-EU view. Focused on self-determination. Focused on stability and human rights. Role of GIE, often a symbolic placeholder. Acts as a functional administrative entity. Passports, IDs, diplomacy. Result of protest only. Often led to civil war or being ignored. Usually results in being labeled a domestic security issue. Result of GIE plus declaration. Led to seats at the UN, observer status. Leads to legal recognition under the Kosovo precedent.
I hope you had these 3 comparisons. Strategy of outcomes of what you do. Future. This is 21st century strategy. This is 21st century strategy. Now look at how the world transitioned into. Primary goal in 21st century, overthrowing colonial occupiers. Overthrow colonial occupiers in that 20th century. Then 21st century, proving capacity to govern of the people, Montevideo Convention, number 1. Then listen to number 2. How UN see all this UN-EU view, focus on self-determination, 20th century, those in which only protests. Then 20th century with government in exile, listen, focus on stability and the right of human beings. Remember here that they said that you focus on what? Self-determination. But the government in exile with a peaceful declaration in this 21st century, focus on stability and the human rights. Number 3, role of government in exile, 20th century, often symbolic peacehold. Then government in exile in 21st century, acting as a functioning and administrative entity, passport, ID card, and diplomacy movement. You see how it works, how the transition, how everything is changing. The UN, the ICJ, IPOB is submitting document of protest organization group. It has transitioned in 21st century, changed their narrative, and the IPOB refused to change their own narrative. And you call it a country. And what? You call that a country. As we are summarizing, I'm going to put the link in case if you want to join the program and comment, so you can do that. Wait as I put the link before I proceed. For those who want to join, I'm putting the link for you. But if you enter, please hold on for me to analyze the last part of this program, then you will join. That is the link there in case you want to join us.
Key takeaway for the 21st century.
So now, often led for civil war or being ignored. If you are handling protest group, they said that protests lead to civil war or you will be ignored, like the way IPOB has been ignored for 27 years. The way IPOB has been ignored for 27 good years. Now, for 21st century government in exile, usually result in the being labeled domestic security issues that nobody will do what? Nobody will see you that you are causing security issues anymore. It's not going to happen anymore. Those one has gone. Now, listen to this. Result of government in exile declaration, 20th century, lead to sit as the UN observer status through because of what? Declaration from a government in exile. That is only where the UN will call you on the series of stock. Through a protest, you will have said by protest and agitation group only, without the government in exile, without a peaceful declaration, that you will be ignored. Now, lead to legal recognition under the Kosovo example, because of Kosovo issue a peaceful declaration of their country through a government in exile, like Poland, staying 50 years in exile in London, where you are in UK. When Poland was invaded in 1939 to 1990, they flew away and formed a government in exile in London, and they declared Poland as a country. That is our own case, and other examples I'm giving to you. What is key takeaway? Listen, why you must take this, and if you are still in IPOB, why you must join USB Declare, why you must be a senator to join, why you must be a citizen of United States of Biafra. Mommy, happy Sunday. Thank you so much. Very long time.
The international community today is very hesitant to support agitation because they fear regional instability. However, when a group, 1, issues a peaceful
let's only see it first. Key takeaway for 21st century. The international community today is viewed as what? They hesitate to support agitation and the protest group because this fear, their fear is that this will cause regional instability. However, when a group do what? The world will say no to you, that they can never organize you, that you are causing instability in Nigeria and in the world, that we don't know who you are because of you have only GOS, protest organizers. That is how the world will see you. Now, how the world will see a government in exile with a peaceful declaration, USB declared, and the Dr. Musa Rabez and all the cabinet members at this 21st century. Listen.
Declaration proving they aren't seeking violence.
A peaceful declaration proves that you are not seeking violence, but a protest and agitation group proving that you are a violence group. That is number 1. Key takeaway today.
2. Forms a government in exile, proving they have a prime minister, cabinet, and laws.
You must prove that you don't have Chike Doziema, DOS chairman of command and control. That you must prove that you have a prime ministers and the prime minister. That is 21st century. The world is transition and moving and changing. One thing that is constant in life is what? Changing. And you are not changing. And you think that the world will listen. They say that they must ignore any group that are using protest and organization as the only thing they have to do in this 21st century. The world will say no to that. That they are not going to allow you. They're not going to use you. That they will remove you. And they will ignore you. If it's that only what you think you can do in this 21st century. Let's go to number 2.
3. Acts as an administrative state.
Number two, forms government in exile prove that you have a prime minister, ministers and cabinet members, and laws that guides you. USB we are declared. Our law is in the Amazon. Go there, $100. You have it. Number 3, acting as administrative state. You must act as a country, not as a group, not as an organization. You must act as a country, a nation, a state, not as just an individual. Act as administrative states. Prove they can manage a population. That is what USB declared is offering all of us today.
Proving they can manage a population. They provide the UN and EU with the legal hooks needed to grant recognition. This process moves the struggle from the streets, protests, to the courts and embassies, diplomacy.
I hope you had it clearly. They provide the UN, ICJ, and EU, AU with the legal hook. We have hooked them right now. The first time we are hooking the entire community, the international community, is through a peaceful declaration of November 29, 2024. That is why you must do hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. We are declared November 20, 2024. Let's continue. Needed to grant recognition. Are you hearing it? We have hooked them that they must recognize. That's why they say that when the government in exile issue a peaceful declaration and maintain a government structure and it presents the identity of the country they are looking for, that the world will never ignore them, but they will ignore IPOB protest group agitation organization. This process moved the struggle of having a new country from the street, no longer a protest, to into court and the embassy's diplomatic movement. Anywhere you see USB embassy mission head is a diplomatic recognition that is coming very soon. This is why USB we are declared. You must support and forget all this noise. We have a lot to give, but time could not permit us. But I have my brother Igedeson here. Please, can you unmute yourself and take over the mic? Igedeson, are you there?
Mazi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon from here. You're welcome. Happy Sunday.
Same to you, sir. May Chuko Kikabiyama bless you and bless you, the work of your hands.
Thank you.
I also want to greet Mazi Ezenwife. Mazi Ezenwife, indeed, you are Ezenwife. Honestly, may Chuko Kikabiyama Bagume for encouraging all our independent media, including Mazi Oluchi and our sisters and other ones that are here in the comment section. I want to thank all of you for making out a time to participate in this wonderful analysis and the information that you have not been feeding with for decades, you know, and we never knew that we have such a material, such a stock. It can only be Chuko Kikabiyama. You know, I want to thank you for the work you are doing. Everything you stated here, they are all indeed. You are saying nothing but the truth. You are setting up the record straight. That is exactly what you are doing. You know, you are indeed, you represent light. You represent light. And it is as a result of the light you represent that makes some of us seize the light. We started following you. And we continue to follow you because you are on the path of the truth. You know, lies has an expiring date. I want to also use this opportunity to thank our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. Sometimes I sit down and pause. I ask myself, if this woman was not available, what could have been the fate of all the faithful and those that have sacrificed everything for the sake of this freedom, what would have been our fate today? That is what I was asking myself. That is why every day I keep praying for her. Apostle Paul says that silver and gold I have none, but what I have is what I am giving. One thing I know, that the little prayer that I'm praying in my own privacy, it will sustain her, because I make those prayers from the bottom of my heart, including every members of the cabinets that are, working with her. I pray that Metuko Kikabiama never allowed Metuko Kikabiama never allow her to lack anything that she's needed, to take this freedom to the next level. May he never be in lack of anything. Right away, I want to lay this foundation this afternoon. Sometimes when you hear some people calling Supreme Leader Onyendo Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you may think that they are in the same page, or they are in the same page together with him. Sometimes when you also hear people calling Mazi Simon Ekpa, when you are hearing people calling him, you will also think that as if they are in the same page together with Mazi Simon Ekpa, but not knowing that all these things that they are doing is just camouflage. Just camouflage, just to confuse the genuine one, thinking that they are with them. Some of the people today that are causing chaos, some of the people today that are calling black white today, some of those people, they are people that are well read, but I don't know what really happened to them. Is that there is no noise? I don't think there is no noise, sir.
But
can you hear me?
Go on. We are hearing your voice. Go on.
Okay. So, like I said earlier, in this struggle, not that they don't have the knowledge of all these things. Some of them have the knowledge of all these things, but some of those people have eaten the forbidden fruit. And as a result of eating the forbidden fruit, that is what is holding them. That is what is affecting them today. Some of them, Bible say, though they have eyes, they could not see. They have ear, they could not hear. These are the people the Bible regarded in the scripture in the book of Isaiah. They have eye, but they could not see. They have ear, but they could not hear. They have the brain, but they cannot think of themselves, and they make a right decision. That is exactly what is happening today. When you follow the right path and follow the truth, everything about freedom, everything is well understood. It's well articulated. So, by the grace of God, you have made the point known to everyone that care to know. But if they choose that they want to live
Are you still there? Okay. Like I said, we play from section 1 until he's back. So you will know what we did today, why you must support USV they are declared, why we are no longer into organization or into any group anymore. We have now been moving towards the direction of what the world are looking from us to do.
In the context of 21st century international law and the protocols of the UN, EU, and AU, documents submitted by an organization characterized primarily by agitation and protest are treated fundamentally differently than those from a government in exile or a newly declared state. International bodies generally categorize these interactions into two distinct lanes: human rights/civil society versus sovereign/diplomatic recognition. 1. How documents from agitation organizations are viewed. When an organization like Ipob submits documents based on protests or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, international bodies typically process them as non-governmental organization, NGO, or civil society communications, UN Human Rights Council. They may accept these as petitions or reports concerning human rights violations, but they do not view them as state communications. They focus on whether the Nigerian government is violating the rights of individuals, rather than the legitimacy of the group's claim to sovereignty. Legal standing. Without a formal declaration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have the right to express grievances, but they do not have the capacity to enter into relations with other states, which is a core requirement of the Montevideo Convention. The agitation label. If the primary activity is perceived as agitation or protest, international bodies often prioritize territorial integrity, the unity of the existing country, unless there is evidence of a systematic breakdown of the state or a genocide. 2. The importance of a peaceful redeclaration. A peaceful redeclaration shifts the conversation from a domestic security issue to an international legal one. Legal clarity. A formal peaceful declaration sets a legal date and provides a specific document that international lawyers can analyze against precedents, like the Kosovo precedent. Diplomatic protocol. It allows the international community to move away from viewing the movement as a rebellion and toward viewing it as a political entity. International bodies, especially the EU, prefer peaceful declarations because they align with modern norms of self-determination without the chaos of armed conflict. 3. The role of a government-in-exile, GIE. In the 21st century, forming a government in exile is the mechanical step that changes how the UN and AU interact with an organization. Status. How the UN per astronomical unit views the documents. Protest/agitation only. Viewed as human rights reports. No legal authority to sign treaties or issue ID documents. Government in exile. Viewed as an authority in exile. If recognized, even partially, they can gain observer status or be allowed to submit official diplomatic briefs. Administrative proof. By forming a GIE, you are demonstrating the third criteria of the Montevideo Convention, government. It proves that the movement is ready to manage a population, issue identity documents, and maintain order, rather than just complaining about the existing state. AU Protocol. The African Union, AU, is particularly strict about territorial integrity. They almost never look at documents from agitation groups unless those groups can prove they have a functioning administrative alternative that won't lead to a regional war. 4. Why agitation alone often fails in the 21st century. International bodies have become more cautious since the early 2000s. They look for institutional readiness. Document validity. Documents from an agitation-only group are often filed but not acted upon. Sovereignty requirement. To move from a movement to a state in waiting, the UN requires a clear address, a hierarchy of leaders, ministers, prime minister, and a demonstrated ability to govern. Summary. Without a peaceful redeclaration and a formed government in exile, international bodies treat submissions as informational rather than legal. They will listen to the human rights complaints, but they will not recognize the group as a legal peer to the existing government. How do you think the international community's current focus on territorial integrity compares to their response to historical independence movements?
Yes, so we welcome Triple M. Triple M, please have the mic.
All right, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. Happy Sunday and the first Sunday of the month of May, the month of our memory, the month that we can never ever forget in life, the month that history makes itself, the month our evil people think that they would take out of the surface of the earth. But what do you have? They failed. Thank you so much, my brother Biafra TV, for the job so far. Yeah, you are really doing marvelously well. One notice I drop you on WhatsApp, come there with you. Now, so I'm doing a man number. Now, WhatsApp direct. ana m ewere na-asọju ha n'ọnụ enwe nke m na ha mere argument mbute program ga mgbe ewere sọgị ha ahụ n'ọnụ kpa ha gee ya. You know, there is something you usually say. Ebia ihe mmadụ na-eme ihe bụ ịchọrọ ime ihe gị ime ihe based on onye mere eme. Hụ ka onye si mee ya. Anyị na-ekwukwu freedom. Freedom ọwụghị bidoro ya and ọwụghị nwa nkwanụ ndị mbụ bidoro freedom. And ihe anyị na-eme na-abụ ihe ndị ọzọ mere. Ọkwa ya?
Yes.
Ndị ọzọ eme na ihe a. And ihe ha mere ka anyị mega. Ọ ya ka anyị jikwe na-achọ. And anyị na-aga school. Enweghị onye amụrụ. Enweghị onye amụpụtara. Ya eburu akwụkwọ n'isi. Ọ bụ amụta gị bido na kindergarten. That kindergarten, ihe eji akụziri gị ihe ndị ọzọ, ọ root ndị ọzọ gara. Ndị ọzọ gara dị root aha nọrọ ebe ha nọ taa dịrị oke. Ọ bụ na root aha adịghị mma, agaghị asị gị gaa ya. Ọ bụ na ịgụ akwụkwọ adịghị mma, mmadụ bịara today wụrụ pilot. Ị agaghị amụ gị pụta n'afọ nne gị sị wụ pilot. No, there is a rules and regulation to get there. There is a track to get there. So you have often asked these mediocres that call themselves whatever they choose to call themselves. Let them show us a one country, even if it's half country, that is standing today as a nation, following the same trajectory they are following. There is something they call reference. And reference, when you see reference is for you to, get as a role model. And the example of reference, this is a role model. Actually, I want to be like this person. This person is my role model. One day, without the track, that your role model take you never honor. One day, no shortcut. You must follow that same track to get there. Imagine 27 good years. Where was 10 years? 27, which name a normal thing. The lives that lost within that period wouldn't have lost. Mana today, that same people, only in Nigeria, Kamadu na-eme ihe ọjọọ. Ya pụtakwa ya na ahụkwa pride in him. Even in the midst of people. But in Nigeria, when you make your job in your honor, even Tia in a higher position, it is only in Nigeria. All these people that is talking all this rubbish, castigating our PM Kuya. Because my question for them is this: our leader Decl has been visiting UN. We are not following him. He have came out on countless time to tell us what they usually tell him. Go and start doing something. Go and start doing something. And you see the funny thing. Elect for you. Our PM the road for we to get our freedom is in the public. Oh no, that's why he gave himself, say, 5 years. 5 years. I ain't no one. When they tell our leader, Nanikano, if you really want your freedom, you should go and start doing something. That period, they are protesting now. And the aim of their protest had a letter protest. Haga protest, they got submit in an embassy. Lawa. Which some of them, if they want to challenge you in argument now, they will ask you, are you an IPOB member? How many protests have you joined to go? That is the only thing they achieved. Now they are claiming they are submitting letter. Yet it is good, but it doesn't end there. Then whenever you write a letter, remember when our DPM wrote to Trump replied, which she posted. IPOB docs. How many people replied them their letter since they have been submitting? How many replied have they gotten? Now, that is by the way. You see, they have been buying our people left, right, center before now. My brother, you are counting 2012. Our leader Mazen Nandekalo started broadcast in 2019, in 2009.
Yes.
Our leader Mazen Nandekalo started broadcast on Facebook.
Counting from the day of registration of IPOB.
Okay.
I'm counting from.
He still broadcast, teaching us what we need to know. 29 in Facebook. Even before Radio Biafra communication, it was on Facebook. I can remember there is one of my phone, Nokia 201. I was using it to watch our leader Master Kano. Then, so these people, they continue in the same thing. There is something Mike Arnold said. Is it Mike Arnold or Lemon? That, okay, is Mike Arnold. He said, you can't be doing the same thing and expect different results.
Yes.
Not refer to.
Yes.
Now, let's reason it this way. Since they put a letter, a degree and when Wakuroku in the Nigeria name, and when any country may pronounce Maka Nigeria, regards to your name. You and I know that when other countries see Bidrekuoku, immediately after our declaration, by so doing, we gave them power. So far, as long as we have really declared, we meet them, we submit our declaration letter for alliance and recognition. They saw that we have made all the criteria, which, if they talk about us, Nigerian government will not sue them for violating the international law over their territorial integrity. We have given them the right, change the narrative of internal affair to international affair.
They said that a peaceful declaration is a remedial section proving that people has agreed to become a country.
That is it. And there is something our PM said. See, what do we achieve in this our 2024 convention in our declaration? He said, the document we generate there, we wish to begin diplomatic ties.
Yeah.
Anything outside that, minus that, what we are making is noise. And these criminals want us to continue to be making noise. That's why Nigerian government usually call them miscreants. That has been the word they are using on them. Miscreants and non-state actors. They have been using it on them. Since our declaration, Nigeria, have they said anything? They still beckon on those people that still claiming that they are the IPOB, they are the DOS, they are the people they are calling.
That is what gives them power to treat them anyhow they like and tag them rebel, because the declaration moves you away from rebel group protest.
That is it.
And also
I don't know why our people, if they know something now, they wake up now and say, for the fact that we have redeclared, let them make it clear to everybody. So when they change their ways from that of a group, Intl government begin to fly the flag of Biafra, USB, using USB, telling the world that we are USB. Nigeria will not even talk of USB. But them still claiming we are IPOB this, we are this, we are that. They are still giving the Nigeria power to still talking that rubbish they are talking. And that's why whomsoever they...
Sorry, there is another who made a comment here. The brother said, Bulgaria told Al Jazeera reporter, if Biafrans need referendum, they should organize themselves, which Zongoza Rabeze and Simon has done. So use it and go on what you're saying.
Yes. Yes, Buhari said it now. You see the Nigerian state. We say they don't obey the international law. They don't do this. My brother, my sister, Nigerian government, those that is guiding them, they know the law. They know the law, and they know that you are not doing it right. That's why they treat you the way they are treating you. Knowing fully well that what they are doing is right. Nobody will talk because you don't want to realize or know what you're supposed to do. That's why they are behaving the way they are behaving. Now, look at what happened now. You see, when our PM was there, before we declared, you see how they are running from player to pole. Call on our PM, talking all manner of rubbish. When we declared them, have you seen Nigeria talk about our DPM? Instead, they are using the criminals within us to call our DPM. If I have told them this the last time, Nigeria, if they have boss, if they say they are sovereign nation, let them begin to talk about our DPM.
I have read the law. I have read out the law that control that guides her what she's doing in this platform. I have done that program.
You see, but they are using non-entities in our midst. When I look at you can't fight the government. You can't fight it. Government that have even the legitimacy of zoo in our land have been removed. It is our people. It's our people that don't understand it. As it stands now, Nigerian government has no right in our land. You know, they think that it will control like this.
For the non-entity IPOB organization, give them the right. That is
yes, they are the people that gave them the right to do what they are doing. Because let's take it back during the time of Ojukwu. When Ojukwu declared, everybody follows suit and supports. You know why this is happening this way? Because our people, IPOB Nigeria, that was there for money for 27 years. How does it that is what they are. Measure our people. Our freedom is not or even it is not on it is unrealistic. Which you hear it from their mouth. All these mediocres, so some of them, like he can't he will always tell you that Biafra will never come. Man, you challenge somebody. These things now are in the public. You know, our people, man, your problem are you. One day, we don't phone again. You think she only have been a conversation on the rubbish. We that phone Google on your hokuru. Before I was discussing with somebody, do you realize that the map of Biafra have come back to the world to the world map? Yes, it's lie. It's there before. I said, let's bet it. Google it and see if you will see Biafra Republic. Before, it was known as a Biafra Republic. Currently, it is being known with United States of Biafra. No more Biafra Republic. He got lawyer able to give Biafra Republic. Eat my money. Yeah, also. The person I was, I couldn't. When you Google it now, what you will see there is the United States of Biafra. Ejigia. Even Arrow, you see Arrow.
Yes.
Even Eba changed it to Beto Bonu, have returned to Beto Biafra now to speak.
Biafra, yes.
That thing happened that time solves the Beto Bonu. Bonu is in the River State. They have not returned it to change it to original this thing here, Beto Biafra. And people are still not believing it. People are not even believing it. Anyway, my brother, thank you so much. The reason why I'm on a different platform for the people that is speaking on behalf of the USB government, we are here to defend our mandate and protect our mandate. It is my right to protect my mandate. I'm reminded about the vote. The day written now.
Now, so
I am protecting it. I am going to apply for my ID card. My ID card. I am waiting for the international passport. I can't wait to grab it. Even that very first day I get post to the link, I can add the magic back tumble. I don't. When I see myself in Biafra, I see myself in Biafra land now. You know, I'm again. You to Moku Nigeria. Nigeria na dem ke ebe wolo nishi. Na chi team no. Or you heard them kayana on my side. So people have to wake up and realize that I am with like high nature. Now, people they may travel. They may travel ga akwa best. When that green passport in the zoo now. And in Ibena airport, and now we konyoshi. They look at you as onyoshi. Ama me no na e wono tishi. E ma me wono tishi gi receive mado na airport no e me announce na the next flight na no wo so and so from Nigeria. Muka even my securities but only obla active. Yeah, I'm telling you gospel truth. Yeah, but I don't go na airport na che mado. I know a man has in flight and I see the next flight blah 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 number from West Africa and from UK here from West Africa and Nigeria. One day security see adisiative onobele dikere ndike noche onobele adisiative ndoshi na abia criminals are coming
because a country of terrorists is coming.
Onobele adisiative ka amuna ndi no camera onobele we see it our people are to hear what I hear. Anyway, my people at the comment section, I greet each and every one of you. Thank you for the good work. Ndina fight our enemy in our midst. Teach our people na fight ha. Ngwa kwa na enyepenu the men ihe na akwụkwọ gida auto ya onye na argument ya bịa wete ebe ọhụrụ nke ya ha ji eme ihe ha mege IPOB ma waziri ke mọsọ akwụ waziri ga me elect prime minister ya after how many years. Where are they today? Where are they? What are they doing? Oh, I am not fighting Biafra for Exodus. That is not fighting Biafra in Exodus. Only kana what is it? I told Biafra in Nigeria. Where are they today? No blame. My happiness of Constitution 9 Jimma, Jebe, G justice, G peace. Everything. And the Ojipe Okeshinanya, man on Nahuni, Nahuna Zuzo. Oyo na eme me G Nobla Gri Weno, I neche Nobla. I want to Sagomai. The all on Amazon now, Kaga Sana Makonya Keju Meya. It has been there since so. He made our declaration a move that we tige and gaha. So ndene siri tishi na abia akonye ha na akweri ko happy wechi ha so maka ha ga eji we constitution na one no nga ahụ gị datu kweke kwa wekwe na ga zuru ya domain shibedi gị so that mgbe ị ga-arọcha ọrụ gị a ga-eji epịa ga azụ ị gaghị asọ na ọ maka gị ka eji we mee ya. Thank you so much my brother Yid.
Thank you 3PM. Thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting this afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want any of them to know that if Poland can stand in exile for 59 years, including when their allies had organized them. Let me give you an example. When America made their declaration in 1776, after a year and 6 months, Morocco in Africa organized them, give them recognition. Morocco was first ever that organizes America as a country. What happened? America did not transition, proving the America waited until 2 years and 6 months. France now recognize America as a country. Now give them equipment to defend their territory. When Morocco recognizes America, British and their military and everything still remain in the control of America. In 1776 was the declaration. They declared from that time 1 year and 6 months of that declaration of America by signature of 56 continental congressmen, like 500 and something of continental congressmen of the United States of Biafra traveled to Finland to sign their signature. That signature is why the document is a legal document that gives the international community right to now treat our case as remedial section that had hooked them on the neck, that they must recognize United States of Biafra as country, not as an organization. Listen to this.
The distinction between a movement that solely agitates and one that establishes a government in exile, GIE, via a peaceful redeclaration, is a significant factor in how international law has evolved from the 20th to the 21st century. Here is a breakdown of how these strategies have led to international recognition in both eras. 1. The 20th century, the rise of the exile state. In the 20th century, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity or decolonization. Governments in exile that used peaceful declarations often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representatives of a people against an illegal occupier. Poland, 1939 to 1990. After the invasion of Poland, the Polish government in exile was established in London. It was recognized by the Allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority, even while the territory was occupied. It maintained its legitimacy through a peaceful legal framework until democracy was restored in 1990. Algeria, GPRA, 1958 to 1962. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, was formed in exile, Egypt, Tunisia. By peacefully declaring its administrative structure and its intent for statehood, it gained recognition from dozens of countries, including China and many Arab states, before the war for independence even ended. Namibia, SWAPO. While they had an armed wing, the UN recognized SWAPO in 1976 as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. This was largely due to their peaceful administrative efforts and their ability to act as a state in waiting at the UN. 2. The 21st century, the Kosovo precedent and institutional readiness. In the 21st century, international bodies like the UN and EU have moved away from recognizing rebellions and toward recognizing institutional readiness. A peaceful redeclaration followed by the formation of a GIE is now seen as the standard path for remedial secession. Kosovo, 2008. This is the most famous 21st century example. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration of independence. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled in 2010 that this declaration did not violate international law. This was because they had already formed a functional government, administrative bodies, that could manage the state. The Syrian opposition, 2012. Early in the conflict, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces was recognized by over 100 countries as the legitimate representative of the Syrian people. This was achieved not through protest alone, but by forming a shadow government and drafting a legal framework for a future state. Venezuela, Juan Guaido 2019. Though it was a disputed presidency, over 50 countries, including the US and EU members, recognized Guaido's interim government. They did this because he used a peaceful constitutional declaration and established an administrative office, rather than just leading street protests. 3. Comparison of strategy outcomes. Feature, 20th century strategy. 21st century strategy. Primary goal, overthrowing colonialism/occupiers. Proving capacity to govern, Montevideo. UN-EU view. Focused on self-determination. Focused on stability and human rights. Role of GIE, often a symbolic placeholder. Acts as a functional administrative entity. Passports, IDs, diplomacy. Result of protest only. Often led to civil war, or being ignored, usually results in being labeled a domestic security issue. Result of GIE plus declaration, led to seats at the UN, observer status, leads to legal recognition under the Kosovo precedent. Key takeaway for the 21st century. The international community today is very hesitant to support agitation because they fear regional instability. However, when a group, 1, issues a peaceful redeclaration, proving they aren't seeking violence. 2, forms a government in exile, proving they have a prime minister, cabinet, and laws. 3, acts as an administrative state, proving they can manage a population. They provide the UN and EU with the legal hooks needed to grant recognition. This process moves the struggle from the streets, protests, to the courts and embassies, diplomacy. Does this distinction between protest and administration align with how you see modern movements evolving?
I hope you are listening to how others achieve their own country. And I ask you, Masobu, BGC, Fallback Bridge, IPOB, the method of your own protests and the method of you having Biafra as a country. Please tell us, where has it happened? Name one country. I give you in the 20th century 3. I give you 21st century 3. That is 6. That only way out for them to achieve it is through peaceful declaration. Then coming to the one called Poland own is a real declaration, because they have been a country before their country was invaded, and they transition into a government in exile in London, precisely. Starting from 1939 to 1990, is 51 years of them being exiled. If the link could not allow you to stay, you can call on phone. You can call, and I will pick your call, put it on the volume so people can hear you, please. Now, you have had all this, and you see how it works. And you see that the only one that has a document that is submitting a true document of a country that the world could not ignore is only the USB declared government. Is the only one that has what the world are looking for Biafra to become a country. There is no other one that has it. And when you look at how others achieve their own and how USB is moving, you will see that this, through a government in exile, is the alternative and the only way to achieve a new country. Also, in this 21st century, it has happened before, and today, the same thing is repeating. That's why I told that this Biafra we are looking for, that history must repeat. It's not just to come and achieve Biafra as a country. No. The history must what? Must repeat. And what is the history? The history is that you must undergo through a government in exile. Like someone who wants to go to university, who must start from nursery school, primary, secondary, to the university. Did anybody jump into university? The answer is no. Did you just jump into secondary? No. You must undergo from primary school. That is a process. That is a history. And this history is repeating. This is how all of us went to little school that went into. And everywhere you have to see is the transition of everything. And one thing that is constant in life is what? Changing. That's why I ask you, is it only in this, when it's come to the Biafra movement, there is no transition? There is no changing of people to move? I am proving to you that the only government you have that is bringing Biafra for you is USB declared. There is no other one. And if you are submitting documents without this particular criteria of the UN Charter, Geneva Convention, Vienna Convention, Montevideo Convention, and all of them, what we are doing is not accepted in the eyes of this community. They said we can never recognize a group with a protest only. And there is in time, in ways of changes of what and how things work, there is no a group that they said that because of they have DOS structure, command and control. That is why the country was recognized. But rather they said that because of they have government in exile, through the government in exile, this is the only that form, when they form government in exile, the government in exile will issue a peaceful declaration. As they are issuing the peaceful declaration, they are forming a structures of a cabinet members, prime minister, ministers, building embassies, and that is how it goes. And anywhere they have embassy, organization, or any proof they call organization or embassy, proving a diplomatic outreach to that particular country who accepted to give them the place as an embassy. This is how we go. They didn't say you should have a town hall meeting. No. They say building embassies. The embassy is evidence of diplomatic recognition. The embassy is only proving what? That you are a country in the waiting, and you have your government that are taking care of the people. This is how it goes. Any document being submitted with the name of IPOB organization, the word is said, we will ignore it. And we will not talk about it because we don't have right to recruit those who are causing insecurity, those who are making noise on social media. Listen to this.
The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, have historically utilized international legal frameworks and human rights platforms to advocate for self-determination. In 2026, their documentation efforts have remained focused on highlighting human rights concerns and the legal basis for sovereignty. Documents submitted to the UN and international bodies. The organization's submissions generally fall into three categories: human rights reports, legal petitions for self-determination, and urgent appeals regarding detained members. Human Rights Council submissions, 2026. IPOB legal teams have submitted communications to the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. These documents typically outline allegations of extrajudicial actions and transnational repression, a term used to describe the targeting of members living outside of Nigeria. Petitions for referendum, documents citing Articles 3 and 4 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. These petitions argue that the organization has a right to a UN-supervised referendum based on the principles of self-determination. Urgent appeals for detained leadership. Specific dossiers have been filed with the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. These documents seek a formal opinion on the legal status of the group's founder and argue that his continued detention violates international law. Submissions to other countries. IPOB's diplomatic outreach is primarily concentrated in the United Kingdom, the United States, and the European Union. UK Home Office and Parliament. In April 2026, information and evidence were provided to the UK government for its country policy and information note. These documents are used to argue against the terrorist designation used by the Nigerian government and to provide context for asylum claims by members. US congressional briefings. Similar to Dr. Orobuezi's work, IPOB representatives often submit briefing papers to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission and the US State Department. These papers focus on religious freedom and security issues in the Southeast. European Parliament resolutions. Submissions to EU MEPs, members of the European Parliament, often include evidence of state aggression, intended to trigger debates or resolutions concerning human rights in Nigeria. Key differences in documentation strategy, 2026. It is important to distinguish IPOB's documentation from that of the United States of Biafra, USB, or the Biafra Republic Government-in-exile, BRGIE. Feature: IPOB documentation, USB, BRGIE documentation. Primary focus: human rights violations and leadership release. Administrative statehood and government-in-exile legitimacy. Legal basis: UNDRIP, Indigenous Rights. Montevideo Convention. Statehood criteria. Primary audience: UN Special Rapporteurs and human rights NGOs. US White House and foreign ministries. While all these groups share the ultimate goal of independence, IPOB's 2026 documents are heavily weighted toward legal defense and human rights advocacy, whereas groups like the USB focus more on diplomatic institutionalization.
I hope you had it. Look at your IPOB organization. Any document submitted is just under human rights. But USB we are declared any document being submitted to the UN, EU, ICJ, or anywhere in the world is a document of a sovereign state in waiting for recognition. Can't you understand it? And they said that your grievances is on the name of Nigeria to treat you right. Coaches at the UN will say that Nigeria, treat IPOB right. Stop this thing you are doing to them. But for them to see your document as a sovereign state document, they said no. And it's only, that's what they said, that they must distance USB we are declared document from IPOB. We are not sending the same document. USB is working for Biafra as a country, which man can pray for a country, not for organization of 27 years. You are there. Proving that your organization. The only thing you can do is to protest. Now, what I want to listen is this, under my research. Between Otongozo Arabeze and Ogenkere and the IPOB organization, who is submitting documents that international bodies see as a country for recognition in this 21st century law? Who among all these noisemakers social media are submitting documents that proving that this is a country in waiting? Listen, how the world view and how they see everything and how UN and EU see what we are doing. That's why I told you. It's not about what I think, it's not about how you feel. Go choose 042 for a very long, it's not up to 1 month. I hope you're a good brother. I think maybe because of my time. You are welcome. Thank you so much. Go choose happy Sunday from here. It's been long. Listen to this.
In 21st century international law, the recognition of a new country is governed by two main theories: the declaratory theory, based on the Montevideo Convention, and the constitutive theory, recognition by other states. As of May 2026, here is how international bodies and foreign governments are viewing the documents and strategies submitted by these three entities. 1. Dr. Ngozi Orobwezi, United States of Biafra, USB. Dr. Orobwezi is currently utilizing a strategy that aligns most closely with the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which is the gold standard for statehood in international law.
Listen, you.
The document strategy. She focuses on documents that demonstrate effective control and administrative capacity. By submitting formal declarations, like the November 29, 2024 declaration, and administrative dossiers, her goal is to prove that the USB is not just a protest group, but a functioning government in exile. International view. In February 2026, she received a formal acknowledgement letter from the US White House. While this is not diplomatic recognition, which would mean a full embassy, international legal experts view such high-level correspondence as a sign of diplomatic engagement. The USB's focus on peaceful declarations makes their documents more readable to international bodies that prefer legal arguments over physical agitation. 2. Ogachukwu Nkere, Biafra Republic Government-in-exile, BRGIE. Ogachukwu Nkere's strategy is heavily focused on the US political system and formal lobbying. The document strategy, his primary submissions are FARA, Foreign Agents Registration Act, filings and testimony to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. These documents focus on transnational repression and regional security. International view. International bodies see his documents primarily as human rights advocacy and political lobbying. While he has met with high-ranking US officials, like the Speaker of the House, these interactions are currently classified by international law as meetings with a political interest group rather than recognition of a sovereign state. 3. IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra. IPOB's strategy is rooted in indigenous rights and international criminal law. The document strategy. Their primary submissions go to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and the International Criminal Court, ICC. They rely on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP.
Mazi, I don't have the link.
International view. International bodies, like the UN and UK Home Office, view IPOB's documents through the lens of legal defense and self-determination. In their 2026 Country Policy and Information Notes, governments often classify IPOB as a separatist group. Their documents are vital for human rights protection, but are currently seen as a call for a referendum rather than a completed country for recognition. Summary comparison table. Entity. Primary legal framework. Type of recognition sought. Most significant 2026 document. Dr. Ngozi Orobwezi, USB. Montevideo Convention. De facto statehood. White House Correspondence, February 2026. Ogachukwu Nkere. BRGIE. U.S. Lobbying Law. Political legitimacy. Congressional testimony and FARA filings.
That is all.
IPOB organization. UNDRIP. Indigenous rights. Referendum/human rights. Petitions to UN special rapporteurs. The verdict. If you are looking at who is submitting documents that international bodies see as a country for recognition under 21st century law, Dr. Ngozi Orobwezi, USB, is following the statehood, Montevideo, path most strictly by focusing on administrative declarations. IPOB is following the self-determination, UNDRIP path, which usually leads to a referendum first, then statehood. Ogachukwu Nkere is following the diplomatic/political path, focusing on building influential friends in Washington to force a seat at the table.
Are you hearing it? He's building his own friends for his own interests of politics in future, because they have seen an opportunity through Simon Ekpa, giving him a position. Among them, the only one that the world will see as somebody who is acting as a country in waiting, they said is who? In any document you are submitting, based on your group and the intention of that document, the world viewed and see it the way it is. It's not about what you think. Just want to take you to this for you to know, and based on our program today. So as we're about to close, there is a link there in case you want to join us. You can join and say something. This is what we are doing. I want to play our full program as we're about to close the program. So listen as I am playing, but if anyone comes in, you will pause and allow he or her to talk, to contribute. So remember our headline today is UN, EU, AU, and all international bodies how they see any document submit from IPOB protest organization and the Government-in-exile peaceful declaration. How do they see all these things and in the document? Finally, listen as we are rounding up. Listen to this.
In the context of 21st century international law and the protocols of the UN, EU, and AU, documents submitted by an organization characterized primarily by agitation and protest are treated fundamentally differently than those from a government in exile or a newly declared state. International bodies generally categorize these interactions into two distinct lanes: human rights/civil society versus sovereign/diplomatic recognition. 1. How documents from agitation organizations are viewed. When an organization like IPOB submits documents based on protests or civil disobedience without a formal administrative structure, international bodies typically process them as non-governmental organization, NGO, or civil society communications. UN Human Rights Council. They may accept these as petitions or reports concerning human rights violations, but they do not view them as state communications. They focus on whether the Nigerian government is violating the rights of individuals, rather than the legitimacy of the group's claim to sovereignty. Legal standing. Without a formal declaration and a functional administrative body, the organization is viewed as a non-state actor. In international law, non-state actors have the right to express grievances, but they do not have the capacity to enter into relations with other states, which is a core requirement of the Montevideo Convention. The agitation label. If the primary activity is perceived as agitation or protest, international bodies often prioritize territorial integrity, the unity of the existing country, unless there is evidence of a systematic breakdown of the state or a genocide. 2. The importance of a peaceful redeclaration. A peaceful redeclaration shifts the conversation from a domestic security issue to an international legal one. Legal clarity. A formal peaceful declaration sets a legal date and provides a specific document that international lawyers can analyze against precedents, like the Kosovo precedent. Diplomatic protocol. It allows the international community to move away from viewing the movement as a rebellion and toward viewing it as a political entity. International bodies, especially the EU, prefer peaceful declarations because they align with modern norms of self-determination without the chaos of armed conflict. 3. The role of a government in exile, GIE. In the 21st century, forming a government in exile is the mechanical step that changes how the UN and AU interact with an organization. Status. How the UN per astronomical unit views the documents. Protest/agitation only. Viewed as human rights reports. No legal authority to sign treaties or issue ID documents. Government in exile. Viewed as an authority in exile. If recognized, even partially, they can gain observer status or be allowed to submit official diplomatic briefs. Administrative proof. By forming a GIE, you are demonstrating the third criteria of the Montevideo Convention, government. It proves that the movement is ready to manage a population, issue identity documents, and maintain order, rather than just complaining about the existing state. AU Protocol. The African Union, AU, is particularly strict about territorial integrity. They almost never look at documents from agitation groups unless those groups can prove they have a functioning administrative alternative that won't lead to a regional war. 4. Why agitation alone often fails in the 21st century. International bodies have become more cautious since the early 2000s. they look for institutional readiness. Document validity. Documents from an agitation-only group are often filed but not acted upon. Sovereignty requirement. To move from a movement to a state in waiting, the UN requires a clear address, a hierarchy of leaders, ministers, prime minister, and a demonstrated ability to govern. Summary. Without a peaceful redeclaration and a formed government in exile, international bodies treat submissions as informational rather than legal. They will listen to the human rights complaints, but they will not recognize the group as a legal peer to the existing government. How do you think the international community's current focus on territorial integrity compares to their response?
Clearly today. And you can see that Dr. Abeze is the government of USB is doing everything that countries like Poland have done in the past. Country like on just little of them. See, I just decided to take 6 of them. Only 6. 3 in Africa, 3 in the other way around. So you can see. In this world we are into, you have 75 exile governments. They say that 40 is effective. The more 10 is more effective. In that 10 that are very effective, USB we are declared through our DPM. Dr. Ngozo Rabeze is there. If you're IPOB member, if you're fallback bridge, there is a link for you to join USB. We are declared as we are trooping to invent of our hero day. Come to your country. Stop being an organization that was being targeted terrorist group. Our peaceful declaration is how Dr. Ngozo Rabeze remove you from that. Why are you going and be hugging a group being targeting terrorists? In Nigeria Constitution, they have their law to on their own territory integrity. They have it. That is who you are. But the one that removes you, ask yourself, why does the world, why does the Nigerian government cannot mention USB we are declared? If they try it, let them try it. I challenge them to try it. What you will see is sanctioning here, and the more is coming, more cutting of ties is coming to Nigeria. There is way things are being happening, and there is existing laws. There is a protocol before you are born. There is an existing protocol that controls everything. And on that existing protocol is a haze that is repeating. So why are you still tomahawking a place that has IPOB organization has a blood of innocent Biafrans? IPOB organization has what? The blood of innocent Biafrans. I have proved it to you how Poland achieved their own. How? How others, even Syria as a country. How Algeria, how Namibia becomes a country. How Poland was in exile in London. Or you don't hear it, listen, you that is in London, you that is in UK, fronting IPOB organization, coming to get and stand for protests. The world said, we will never recognize you with protests as a country, that you must transition into a government in exile, and you must issue a peaceful declaration of the loss to Biafra. And it has been done and dusted. So of you to see this, your ignorance of you and IPOB is not an excuse. Biafra has constitution. Yes, Mazi Raphael, my number to call is in the open. My number is +97 33 60 51 337. That is my number, WhatsApp number only. I repeat again, +9 7 33 60 51 337. In case if you want to call, that is the number to call. That is the number. You see how USB have, you know, let me, so today is Sunday, right? Let me take your mind a little bit to church. Because today is Sunday. Remember about Jesus Christ. When Isaiah, when people was there preaching that Christ is coming, Christ is coming, Christ is coming. And when Christ, what happened? Those Christ come to save was the one shouting, leave a criminal. Ipob, Barnabas group. Now shouting, someone goes on that had declared Biafra, who have come to save you from terrorists, from rebel group, from insurgency. Before we proceed, we have our mommy, River Goddess. Please, good afternoon from here and happy Sunday. Have the mic. Thank you so much for joining.
Happy Sunday, oh my brother. How are you?
Thank you.
You're blessed.
I'm good, I'm fine.
Our brothers in the house, I greet everybody, commenters, I greet each and every one of us. I just wanna appreciate God for what He's doing. I'm Mazi, the professor of the United States of Biafra. God bless you for the things you are digging out, like I don't know what they call AE in English language, you know. You always go, you know, he is always digging. So everybody is busy, but you, the little time, even outside of your schedule, your work schedule, which I know is not easy. I don't know how you make out time to dig these documental things that are so mind-blowing. And ịma nwa asị ọ ga-adị nwa asị ọ ga-anwụ enwere ndị nwere reprobate heart that they are destined imefe enu mefe ana. When the Spirit told me their name is Mereje, people don't understand what is Mereje. Mgbe ọbụla mmadụ megide ihe mmadụ onye ezigbote onye Igbo mara the meaning, ọ sịghị gị mereje na ajọ, that is you owogola azụ aka ịghọtago wee sendere gị ịrụgide gị arụrụ anụ rụgide akpa obi gị n'ọkụ, ọ sị gị mereje. That is keep moving in your evil, meaning you will never have peace. What am I to say? You just baffled my mind this moment. All of us, we are in Europe, and different places we are in Europe. Some people are doing well. Some people are causing nuisance. Some people are showing up their shenanigans in so many ways. As if the country most of us are in today is gotten on a platter of gold. Chino. Do you know what shivers me? Though I have a tight schedule, do you know what shivers me like goose pimple all over me? When you say Morocco and America.
Yes.
As small, let me just say, because we are seeing America now as world power, right? But there was a time, then Morocco, nke backyard eba, we recognize as the world. I can't understand. Mother na ghọta ife a na-aghọta. Ama m make sense. O ya bụ ife nje gbabata. Now, come on, Morocco back here. Let me just take it like that. You understand? Then America, everybody needs Donald Trump when you go. Then you say something about Poland. All of us is Russian. I'm not a begul. They went through the same, and it took them years.
Oh, even 51 years after invading their land. 51 years.
My God. Then this Somaliland that was recognized yesterday, then some people who enemy of their soul now say this Somaliland, which you have not even been in that exile 40 years and 40 nights, oh Israel or not. Everything on our say so. And it's from there we make some mistakes. And we see these freedoms marked in front of us, glittering before us. We don't want to accept it. Ihe ọma bịara n'iru gị. Na n'iru ya ka edoziri ọtụtụrụ nsogbu m na echiche m. Mgbe ji ọnụ onye ije ọ bụ gịnị kparịrị mmụọ gị, ọ sị mụ na olileanya dị ngọzi. Mana n'iru ya ka edoziri mụ na gị ọtụtụrụ nsogbu anyị na echiche anyị. Mgbe ji ọnụ onye ije ọ bụ gịnị kpaliri na mmụọ gị, ọ sị mụ na olileanya anyị dị ngọzi. Why this music came in my mind? Look at before you USB declared. N'iru anyị ka edoziere anyị ọganiru, nnwere onwe, obi aṅụrị, freedom, edoweghị n'iru anyị. Anyị nọkwara na-asị, ọ na-asị anyị na ọtụtụgoro nsogbu anyị na echiche anyị. Anyị nwa bụ ndị nke believe na this USB. Anyị nwere olileanya. Na olileanya anyị adịwo ngọzi. Maazị Chino, may God bless you. Now I
Bless you
know
too.
why I heard you are bringing a deeper. Now I understand the message. Maazị Chino is bringing a deeper dimension. Your master, your leader, when Maazị Nnamdi Kanu recognized him, he said, listen to him, follow him. He's bringing a deep dimension into what we are doing. And by the grace of God, you as a follower of Maazị Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa, then you launch into the deep. That's what Jesus told his apostles. He said, we have toiled throughout the night, but master, we got nothing. Or say her, or say her, okay. At my word, maybe you were fishing on the peripheral, you are fishing on the surface. Or say, you know what, this night, or say her deep, or say her launch into the deep. Are you getting the message, Maazị Chino?
Yes, sir. Very clearly.
This thing you are doing, I don't think you know how you were driven into it. That's why I'm just saying I'm more on all. In I know for that second, I'm more na akwa ha more na-edu ha. I am not jụọ onwe gị kedu mmụọ nke na-edu gị, ke mmụọ nke na-akwa gị. Because when you are doing evil, enwere mmụọ ihe ọjọọ nke na-akwa gị. Don't bring the mmụọ of evil na-akwa gị to be doing evil, then iwelie na-etinye n'ezigbo mmụọ. By their fruit we shall know them. By ọrụ aka fa we shall know them. What are you implementing in the life of Biafrans? Sit down and ask yourself this question. Because you were born and conceived out of wickedness, in you there is no light. In you, all the days of your life is gnashing of your teeth. There are people like you. The word of God told about us. The word of God told us there are people that are called sadists. Also, they are always sad. They don't want you to be happy because they are created to be unhappy. And because they are not, they want to drag you into what they are. And the giwa we kwenko wefo ifo uzo ne. Nobody is forcing you to follow the right road because there are people who are in Chino. There are people who are neck. They are created to be condemned and destroyed. But for Monagenabo, for we that is yearning for we that is crying for this freedom. We will get it. We have gotten it. Then look at this country you called again. How they got their own independence.
Venezuela.
Look at
Venezuela.
okay.
Algeria.
Look at all these people you were calling. Imanobodo Mazi Okocha. Kamgbe na-akpọ n'afa na-achị ya na-ada akpịa Mazi Okocha. Mazi T. Okay, this Morocco now that recognize America. America brought world power. This Venezuela now, all these people. Okocha na-enye ha ọsọ n'obodo ya.
Yes.
Well, look at South Africa. Look at what is happening. Then Munagena that has gotten an opportunity to say who we are, who we are. DOS, I am calling on you people. IPOB, I am calling on you people. And don't worry if you could. When you were playing that thing, say, how do you think you can use protests to achieve this? You have used your yes. There was a place you played. There was a place you played that how can you use a protest or something? Protest is like a preamble. Protest is like you want to say. Yeah, laying a kind of your grievance.
It's just they said it's our grievances.
Yes.
We are complaining of that Nigeria is not doing you good. That is why you are protesting. Okay. That you want Nigeria to treat you nice.
And how many years we have been in that protest? Have you yielded anything?
27 years from Owazurike to now.
Okay. And I want to ask us for the blindfolded human being. So year in, year out, we will be in that wilderness. When Simon Ekpa was saying something, because I could remember then, when he goes to knock at the door, some doors is where our documents are being represented. I could remember, Mama, God will bless you wherever you are. Chiainga gozigi, chiainga edugi, chiainga magume. Ige you will eat the fruit of your level. Simon Ekpa. You people will not build for another to inhibit. For the house you people have built, you will dwell in it. Mazi Simon Ojecha, Obiabia were one coffee cup ya. Webara egwu. That is happiness. We didn't even know what he was doing. Generating, he said, I am generating documents that will unlock, that will open doors. DOS, every day on Simon no. Aku nke chara unu n'isi Maazị Nnamdi Kanu na-atachara ya. Una shame, they shame me. Ikwara ihe ndị mmadụ ju na-eme eme caricature. Maazị Chino, do you know the worst thing? I was just going, just trying to look at the social media. I saw some mediocres again coming up, printing. I don't know whether it is flyer on the 4th of August. Everybody should convey in Finland.
By Biafran Unite again. It don't start. After disappearance.
Somebody will come out from nowhere singing that on the 4th of August, there will be a protest. A protest of what? If I may ask you people. What are you protesting again in Finland court? How many times have you people gone to Finland to protest? How many times have you gone there? What has it yielded? The more you people go there, you create problem for yourself, not for Simon Ekpa. Are you not being seen as a fool? that somebody who is in a country in Kenya, or case or something, you people, a shebu no so no about flight. How many people just to go there? Because there are some there are some mediocres, there are some women in a psychiatric home. Amam kahasi we may escape. Every day they will come out on a platform. Both their men from psychiatric rehab and come out to be dishing out lies. If you, whether you go there or you don't go there, the one you have, the ones you gone before, what happened? Simon Ekpa, Okono Sino, Ifa Bife Konuma, Ono Cholimie. You people have done it. And what else again? And now again, you people are after all, Kebo Sabolono, Information Minister, Mpuke. Upon I am the information minister. I am this of the CRC. When I come to tell you, my 10 toes and my 10 fingers, God now gave you the beating of your life. Those people now throw you in the trash. The same Oku Simon Ekpa. We are gathering lawyer. We are contributing money. We are doing this. Ngozo Alabeze na ndị otu ya. They abandoned the Simon Ekpa. Enyeghị ya lawyer. We are learning for the lawyer. Learning. How far? How far? Carolina Mbeze. How far? Odinna, how far? I am asking you. And it pains me that you people don't know you people are dealing with Okunerere. You people thought
No, they thought it was still in the era of IPOB protests. They thought we are no longer there.
What?
The movement has transitioned into a country in waiting, a full country.
And these people, my brother, man, these people, they're so daft and so wicked. Yesterday, fundraising. Oh, Keta can be an replay because I can't be a get I was busy. Dotongozo Rabeze, God bless you, made a remarkable statement in that fundraising with her calm and tone voice. Abato, you know, like an womb, you understand? When this woman say a thing, unewe cotton wool for change unu. You don't listen to bring out the information she dished out. Oge ọ nọ na-ekwu ife ọ nọ na-ekwu na-ewepụtie one after the other. A sị na no empty drum bụ ife na-eme oke mkpọtụ, mana drum mmiri dị ọ dị eme mkpọtụ. I want to thank you, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. I want to thank you, Famadian. I want to thank you, Mouthpiece of the Gods. I want to thank you, Okenwa. I want to thank all of you, Mommy Stella. I want to thank all of you, Ada Simon. But I always use these three people as a preamble: God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Famadian, Mouthpiece of the Gods, and Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. You're reaching out all the genuine cabinets you are working with. You people are making us proud. Thank you very much. Thank you for that statement. Thank you for that press statement. Thank you for your calmness. Thank you, people, for your tenacity. Thank you for giving us hope. We are standing gidigba. Maazị Chino, God bless you. And I want to use this opportunity to thank you, media team, for the media team program. I think you people did, was it 2 days ago or yesterday? You people are awesome. You people, God bless you. From every area, you people are bringing out strength. From all the time you people have put in, time is money. For sitting up there, cracking your brain, giving us hope. Hope shall not deviate from your family from you guys.
You say,
From wherever you people are bringing out money, buying data, staying aloof, God will increase it.
you
As
say,
many of you, your health, I pray your health shall be preserved.
you say,
And before need shall arise for you people, God has already gone ahead of you to make every crooked way straight. What
you
would we
say,
have done if God has not brought you people at the right time? For the enemy would have fed people that has no mind to descend and to decode with evil food. Thank you. You are always there morning and night. We don't have money to pay you, but it's only God that will increase you. And as many that will come, maka onye rifiere ọnụ maka ọnụ ụtọ si adị, a na-akwụ unu ụgwọ, ụmụ chiwawa ngozi, unu mekwa nke unu. Let me tell you people, akwa ifuru ebe onye na-alụ ka ọ na-eme gịnị ka ọ na-awachi, and ebe onye na-alụ ka o si eme gịnị ka o si eli. If all things has been okay, all you people supposed to be on paycheck, on salary. Mana onye na-efele onwe ya ịghọtago na-ebe akwa.
yes,
Ebe onye na-alụ ka ọ na-eli. So at times it pains me, and I don't want you people to start answering this mediocres. Yes, and what about it? Go and hawk transformer. Because oge nwa bụ onye nọ on a pay list to inflict injury on us, and you people come out in the open to swear with whatever gods you know, I pray, may that swearing, may it go after you. Onye mee mma, mmesodie. Onye mee njọ, njesodie. Nnam, thank you very much. I thank God for having this privilege to run in, because all
thank
the
you.
time, my God, time factor. Chim
Yeah,
gozie again. Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you
Right.
so much. I'm very happy to see you and hear from you. Thank you so much.
You, my dear.
Thank
God.
you. Thank you. Yes, like I said, I'm going to repeat the program of today once. After that, then I want you who live in UK or in London to ask, how did the Poland succeed after their country was invaded, after losing it in the first place? Why did the Poland form exile government in London in 1939, and they stay from 1939 to 1990 before they come back to their country? Listen to this.
The distinction between a movement that solely agitates and one that establishes a government in exile, GIE, via a peaceful redeclaration, is a significant factor in how international law has evolved from the 20th to the 21st century. Here is a breakdown of how these strategies have led to international recognition in both eras. 1. The 20th century, the rise of the exile state. In the 20th century, the focus was often on legitimacy through continuity or decolonization. Governments in exile that used peaceful declarations often achieved recognition by proving they were the true legal representatives of a people against an illegal occupier. Poland, 1939 to 1990. After the invasion of Poland, the Polish Government-in-exile was established in London. It was recognized by the Allies for decades as the legitimate legal authority, even while the territory was occupied. It maintained its legitimacy through a peaceful legal framework until democracy was restored in 1990. Algeria, GPRA, 1958 to 1962. The Provisional Government of the Algerian Republic, GPRA, was formed in exile, Egypt, Tunisia. By peacefully declaring its administrative structure and its intent for statehood, it gained recognition from dozens of countries, including China and many Arab states, before the war for independence even ended. Namibia, SWAPO. While they had an armed wing, the UN recognized SWAPO in 1976 as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people. This was largely due to their peaceful administrative efforts and their ability to act as a state in waiting at the UN. 2. The 21st century, the Kosovo precedent and institutional readiness. In the 21st century, international bodies like the UN and EU, have moved away from recognizing rebellions and toward recognizing institutional readiness.
They have moved away from recognizing rebellions, even a time of military conflict. The world has walked away from you with your protests. The world has walked away from you and military commanders. They only agree, they only walk into a peaceful declaration document with a signature, not by gun and bullet. They have also nothing like using, I challenge you, I keep saying it, give me one country that because of the way they are today, because of protests and they got recognition from the UN, give me one, I will close you to, I will not talk again. If you can't give me one, shut up and turn around. Now, US has give you a link to join. If you don't have the link, reach me out on my number, which I have called it today. Reach out that number, so I will give you the link so you can join. IPOB members are coming fastly. Many of them are coming back. If Poland, they can succeed through government in exile, Poland stay 51 years in London, establishing government in exile, and they make a re-declaration of their country back. There is no move. There was there until the Allies recognized them. After the Allies had recognized them, they did not pack in. They wait to the full support of all their allies, and they chased away those who come to invade their land. Listen to this.
A peaceful redeclaration followed by the formation of a GIE is now seen as the standard path for remedial secession. Kosovo, 2000.
When you make a peaceful redeclaration, you hook UN, EU, AU, and all the international bodies and countries on the neck that you have established what? Remedial secession, not longer internal secession. Because IPOB still seen as internal secession group. IPOB see as an internal problem of Nigeria, but through external remedial secession, which is a peaceful declaration or a declaration, you have become a country. This is only way out, which USB, through our DPM, one and only Dr. Ngozi Orakpeze has done it with the cabinet members and those who signed their signature in the declaration on November 29, 2024. It has become done and dusted. We have given what they are looking for us to give us.
2008. This is the most famous 21st century example. Kosovo issued a peaceful declaration of independence. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled in 2010 that this declaration did not violate international law.
Yeah, about Kosovo.
This was because they had already formed a functional government, administrative bodies that could manage the state. The Syrian opposition, 2012. Early in the conflict, the National Coalition for Syrian Revolutionary and Opposition Forces was recognized by over 100 countries as the legitimate representative of the Syrian people. This was achieved not through protest alone, but by forming a shadow government and drafting a legal framework for a future state. Venezuela, Juan Guaido, 2019. Though it was a disputed presidency, over 50 countries, including the US and EU members, recognized Guaido's interim government. They did this because he used a peaceful constitutional declaration and established an administrative office, rather than just leading street protests. 3. Comparison of strategy outcomes. Feature, 20th century strategy. 21st century strategy. Primary goal, overthrowing colonialism/occupiers. Proving capacity to govern, Montevideo. UN-EU view. Focused on self-determination. Focused on stability and human rights. Role of GIE, often a symbolic placeholder.
Okay.
Acts as a functional administrative entity. Passports, IDs, diplomacy. Result of protest only. Often led to civil war or being ignored. Usually results in being labeled a domestic security issue. Result of GIE plus declaration. Led to seats at the UN, observer status. Leads to legal recognition under the Kosovo precedent. Key takeaway for the 21st century. The international community today is very hesitant to support agitation because they fear regional instability.
It here.
However,
that they
when
can
a
never
group,
recognize
one,
any
issues a
protest,
peaceful
they hesitate to
redeclaration
recognize you because
proving
they
they
are
aren't seeking violence.
that you are
Two,
going to
forms
cause
a government in exile proving they have a prime minister, cabinet, and laws.
This is what recognizes
3.
you.
Acts as an
You will
administrative
have
state,
prime
proving they
minister,
can manage a population.
cabinet members.
They provide the UN and EU with the legal hooks needed to grant recognition. This process moves the struggle from the streets, protests, to the courts and embassies, diplomacy. Does this distinction between...
I hope you had it clearly. The peaceful declaration of the United States of Biafra by the cabinet member has moved the movement from the streets into an embassy, into court, into diplomatic arrangement. The same way you have a process of going to school and graduate from nursery, primary, secondary, university to graduation. The same way you have a protocol, existing law that puts to having a country the way people of Poland did their own, the way Venezuela, the way Algeria, the way Namibia, the way Syria look at people achieve their country after it was being taken out from their hand. They get it back by peaceful declaration of it back. This is how they got it back. I want to thank you. Hello, I see you. Hello, my brother. Good evening from here. Ahamdi, good evening from here. Vicent, good evening. Mommy Maureen Doreen, which is Mama Ojugo. I greet you. Thank you so much for coming. That is what we have for today's program. And believe you me, as we are stepping into our Heroes Day, our program should focus on those that peaceful declaration helped achieve recognition in day of their remembrance of their hero days. And I'm also going to give you names of countries that what is about to happen, May 30th, is why they are a country today. That is the way they got, that is the day they get recognition from the UN. From tomorrow and upward, our program will focus on issue of protest groups, the difference between a government in exile during Remembrance Day and difference between protest group IPOB during Remembrance Day under the international laws and how they see it. I am going to prove it to you. So you will know you are left from you are right. The road to achieve Biafra, according to Master Simon said, is in the open. It's in the open, really. It's just a template. It's just a protocol you have to control. There is no other way. So I want to thank all of you, those join us from the beginning till now. Please, anytime you want to watch the program, I urge you to like, subscribe, share, and put your comments. It's also helping us. And if there is anything about this government that is confusing you, send it as a message. I will research and play it out so you will hear and you have a full mind. Why we must support USB re-declared is because they have owned this USB is the first time in life we have gotten it right in the eyes of the international community, the eyes of the UN, EU, AU, the eyes of the ICJ, the eyes of the American, the eyes of France, and the eyes of any country in the world. Destiny can be delayed, but it can never be denied. Declaration, government in exile is the only way to have Biafra back as our own country. And we, through the office of the Biafra cabinet members, the government of USB, leading by Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, have done it in the line of template of Simon Ekpa Njoko. Without generating declaration document, you are making noise. You can hear it today. You are a noise maker on the street. IPOB, 27 years making noise. Every year will be a man. When are you going to be? Every year will be a boy. When are you going to be a man? And there is a criteria for you to be a man. Is it not true? There is a criteria to be a man. So my people, I thank you. I leave it here. May Elohim continue to bless us, protect us, and give us a true mind to accept the truth. In the Bible, you are supporting an organization called a terrorist group. You are not for Biafra as a country. The truth are bitters. That's what we are dishing out from you. This is all we can do. This is our little support to make it understand that Biafra and our peaceful education is the only way to have Biafra as a country. So on that note, I thank you. Remain blessed and be calm. Support USV that declared. Go to try and have your ticket to travel down to America for our highest event of this Hero Remembrance Days that we as the Biafran people must continue to do. Yes, Amy, Chris, I am cutting. Don't worry, small time I will be posting it. Yeah, I am cutting it after the program. A lot of work to do, my brother. It's not easy. I am trying to make it 10 minutes. I will start posting it out in a short step. So I am, it takes time. You need to put headline. You need to a lot of work to do. A lot of work. So we are going to do that, my brother. Thank you so much. Thank you for your idea. We are working towards that already. We already have some. So we are cutting. I'm cutting gradually. Depend on my time. I will research. I will do program. I will work. And the research takes time to think of what you put on the machine to bring out the information and where the document is. So that is what I'm doing. So I thank you all for being here. You will continue from tomorrow. Please turn notification on, subscribe, like, and share. It's just what I ask you to do. I know it's a big deal, but please endeavor to do it. So from me, from here, have a happy Sunday and a blessed day anywhere you are as a Biafran under USV declared. Thank you so much.